Great. We're going to call this meeting to order. Vice Mayor?
Everyone, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and please remain standing for invocation. Thank you.
Council that advocates for us will be able to weigh in all the different opinions and the thoughts, and that, Lord, as we have voted them in to advocate for us, that, Lord, this city, Riverbank, will continue to be a city that people would love to live in. I just pray for unity. I pray that we all do our part and that, God, we're respectful, Lord, of others' beliefs and opinions, but Lord, that at the same time, we're respectful enough to hear what they have to say. In your name, amen.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Uribe,
Here.
Councilmember Pimentel,
Here.
Councilmember Call,
Here.
Vice Mayor Fossey,
Here.
Mayor Hernandez.
Here. Para traducción en español, por favor, escanea el código localizado en la última página de la agenda. There are no agenda changes at this moment, and any council authority member or staff who has direct conflict of interest on any scheduled agenda item to be considered is to declare the conflict at this time.
I have a conflict with item 10.6 Crossroads Landscape and Lighting District.
All right, 10.6, I'll circle it. Presentations, all right. If I could have Sergeant First Class Reed join me at the front. All right, we are celebrating some very special occasions this month, and just as an aside, I teach political science at the junior college, and one of the first lessons that I teach, but I'll spare you the whole lesson, is the difference between civil rights and civil liberties. And we talk about civil liberties and the protections by the government, and you are essential to those protections. So thank you for all you do. I'm going to read this proclamation to recognize the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army. Whereas on June 14, 1775, the Second Continental Congress, representing the citizens of the 13 American colonies, authorized the establishment of the Continental Army, whereas the collective expression of the pursuit of personal freedom that caused the authorization and organization of the United States Army led to the adoption of the Declaration of Independence and the codification of the new nation's basic principles and values in the Constitution. Whereas for the past 250 years, the Army's central mission has been to fight and to win the nation's wars, whereas the motto, duty, honor, country, is a creed by which the American soldier lives and serves. Whereas no matter the cause, location, or magnitude of future conflicts, the nation can rely on its Army to produce well-trained, well-led, and highly motivated soldiers to carry out its missions. Whereas the members of the city of Riverbank have proudly served and made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation's freedom while serving the United States Army and other branches of our nation's military. Now, therefore, I, Rachel Hernandez, Mayor for the City of Riverbank, do hereby proclaim June 14, 2025 to be the United States Army 250th anniversary, expressing appreciation on behalf of the residents of Riverbank to the United States Army and to the dedicated soldiers who have served in it over the 250 years of its existence. Thank you so much for your service. Can you share a little bit about?
Not big with words, but I would just like to say I'm honored to accept this on behalf of the United States Army in this community. And thank you for the support, Mayor, all the council members, and everyone here as well.
Thank you so much. Would you mind taking a photo with us? And I would love the council to come down for these ones. Very special. If I could have Roman join me up front. Thank you. So I'll let Roman introduce himself in just a moment, but we are very excited to proclaim June as well as Pride Month and carry on a tradition in Riverbank that is fairly new for us, but I know means a lot to your organization. You have some staff members who grew up in Riverbank and who find this very special occasion to be recognized for this month. And again, I'll let you share a little bit about that, but whereas the nation was founded upon and is guided by a set of principles, including that every person has been created equal, that all have the rights to their life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, and that all shall be afforded the full recognition and protection of the law. Whereas the city of Riverbank has been and continues to be a place that values all people while recognizing and appreciating the importance of equality and freedom. Whereas the city of Riverbank is strengthened by and thrives upon the rich diversity of ethnic, cultural, racial, sexual orientation, and gender identities of its residents, all of which contribute to the vibrant characteristics of the city. Whereas it is imperative to acknowledge the need for education and awareness to end all types of discrimination. Whereas residents who are part of the LGBTQ+ community contribute to the enrichment of our community. Whereas June has become a symbolic month in which the LGBTQ+ and supporters come together in various celebrations of Pride. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the city of Riverbank does hereby proclaim June as LGBTQ+ Pride Month in Riverbank and encourage all residents to recognize the contributions made by members of this community to actively promote the principles of equality and liberty. So I'm going to sign this for you today. So thank you very much for joining us. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. And let me just move this up a little bit. Sorry, a little bit tall. This means a lot to me. It means a lot to my coworkers that are also sitting over here. They're the true workforce with Cal Pride and everything that we do. Many of the members that I work with live here in Riverbank. I used to live on Orange, which is right across the street over here. Never thought that this would happen here because when I lived here years ago, it was something that I had to hide, something that I was worried about if somebody found out that I was gay. Just walking down the street wasn't a place where I could even feel safe. We always talk about this theory of like, you're a white, tall, cisgendered male, you're a pretty big guy, but it's still terrifying, even for someone like me. It's hard to be vulnerable that way and even share it with you guys. But today I get to stand here and not just speak as the executive director of Cal Pride Stanislaus, but I speak as someone who once lived and walked in the streets of Riverbank, once searching for safety for myself and for just a sign that this valley could hold space for someone like me. Tonight, I return not in silence, not in a shadow, but in celebration, because this city, a city that I did once call home, is now choosing to see people like me, people like us. Cal Pride began with a question that was whispered amongst Stanislaus County BHRS, because they couldn't talk about it freely or openly. They asked, why is there no place, no services, or no sense of care for LGBTQ+ people in our community? Why has no one stepped up and acknowledged that our own children, our friends, our coworkers, our mothers and fathers, and our neighbors Why is it that they don't have a place that they're tolerated, that they could be seen? Why isn't there a place that they could be validated and loved? That dream for them, once small, once fragile, has definitely grown over the last few years. What started as whispered hopes turned into roaring action, and the LGBTQ plus collaborative, which is now CalPride, began. We currently serve 7 counties. We cover Merced, Madera, Stanislaus, Amador, Tuolumne, Mariposa, and we serve over 15,000 peers a year through our organization. It's a big, hefty chunk of number of the community members that we serve. And the ones that we do serve, it's such a small percentage of the ones that actually live here. It's the ones who are brave enough to be able to be seen going into a center like ours, that are not worried about who might walk by or see them and share it with their coworkers, their friends, the neighbors. They're the only ones that get that opportunity to come in where they've been able to feel that safe in a community. We need communities that are safer enough for people to feel safe just to walk in our doors. What we offer over at CalPride is a safe space for peer support. We do HIV, STI, STD testing. We have harm reduction, health education. The list goes on and on about the services that we actually offer. But the biggest thing is we offer a place where people can belong. So we offer something that was never offered when I was growing up here in the Valley. A safe place, a place where no one is too queer, too brown, or too different to actually matter. A place where being trans is not a threat to the community, but an actual triumph of all the torments that they had to suffer and all the persecution they had to go through. A place for many where they could actually be their true authentic self for the first time ever. And still, our fight is far from over. We face laws that are designed to erase us, policies that are meant to silence your youth, and leaders who use fear of us as fuel for their own political agendas. But here tonight with this proclamation from the city of Riverbank, it speaks. It reflects your values to your community. It says, not in our city and not to our people. This proclamation may be made of paper, but it is extremely heavy with meaning for the community. It's a promise. It's a mirror that is held up to every LGBTQ plus soul, reminding them that you are not invisible. You are not alone, and this is your home. So thank you for choosing courage over comfort by giving this to us, for turning our allyship into action, for making room at the table, not just in June, but in the everyday rhythm of the community. June isn't about celebrating pride. It's about keeping a light burning during the middle of a storm. A reminder that a prayer in this world will become more than just welcoming us, but turning it into a living world, not just to some, but for everyone. Riverbank isn't just a city, it's a place that I and my coworkers call home. And this proclamation reminds our community here that you do not have to leave Riverbank to be at home. So thank you. And let's keep building a better world together. Thank you.
Amazing, thank you.
You are tall.
Yes.
Okay, I would love to invite Kathy Mendoza up here from Society for Disabilities. I'm excited to continue this tradition with you. I'm going to read this proclamation for you. So, whereas the City Council and the City of Riverbank have recognized healthy communities as a priority, whereas within the next year, at least 1 out of 8 Californians will experience a disability personally or through a family member. Whereas disabilities could affect all people regardless of race, age, gender, social status, and the essence of life is not embodied by physical or mental perfection, rather an integral part of the human spirit. Whereas increasing public awareness about diverse abilities is vital to fighting the stigma and discrimination that often serve as a barrier to employment, socialization, individual well-being. Whereas communities thrive when residents appreciate the unique gifts inside of all abilities. Whereas education, understanding, access to engagement, and relationships are important components of connected, livable, and healthy communities. Whereas the Society for Disabilities will commemorate June 2025 and each June hereafter as Disability Awareness Month. Now therefore let it be proclaimed by the City Council of the City of Riverbank that June 2025 is Disability Awareness Month within the City of Riverbank, and we urge all of our citizens to become aware of the needs and capabilities of persons with disabilities. I'm going to sign this for you today. Thank you so much for being here. And I would love for you to share about your organization and your work with us.
Happy to. Thank you so much to all of you for continuing this tradition of honoring people with disabilities and the work that we do to help them. As you may remember, what we do for people with disabilities is we do recreational sports and like water skiing, snow skiing, baseball, bowling, etc., with adapted equipment. We serve people with physical and physiological disabilities. This Saturday, we're having Day on the Farm. So our clients get to come out and have a petting zoo and ride a horse and go on a hay ride. And we provide one-time experiences like that for them as well that are adapted to their needs so that they can participate. We also provide medical equipment to people who are either temporarily or permanently disabled and need a hospital bed, a walker, a wheelchair, any equipment like that. We have like 3,000 pieces of equipment. So if you know anyone who's in that position, please send them our way. And also, I'd like to note that on Friday, June 19th, the Modesto Nuts have declared that it's Disabilities Awareness Night at the baseball game that night. And we will be there, and I'd invite any of you to come out and see us and participate in the crowd. We'll be having a volunteer appreciation event that night also, because really my staff does all the hard work, but they couldn't do it without all the volunteers that we have that support us and the people that support us with their words and their actions and things like this proclamation. So thank you very, very much. Picture time?
Yes.
That's very sweet. My staff here love that. Or he was one of our favorites. Oh yeah, wait. All right, 1, 2, 3.
There's some networking going on. We would get it to you. Thank you. And one more celebration for tonight, and this is fairly new to all of us, federally, statewide, locally, is Juneteenth. Whereas Juneteenth, observed annually on June 19th, commemorates the day in 1865 when Union troops arrived in Galveston, Texas, and announced the end of slavery, more than 2 years after President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation. Whereas Juneteenth represents a critical moment in American history, honoring the perseverance, strength, and contributions of African-American people who endured the injustices of slavery and who have played a central role in shaping the nation's identity, culture, and democratic ideals. Whereas the recognition of Juneteenth is a powerful reminder of the ongoing journey towards justice, equity, and inclusion, and encourages all citizens to reflect on a collective past and renew our commitment to building more just and equitable society. Whereas on June 17, 2021, Juneteenth was officially recognized as a federal holiday in the signing of the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act, further affirming its national significance and the importance of acknowledging the end of slavery in the United States. Whereas the city of Riverbank values diversity, equity, and inclusion, and recognizes the importance of commemorating historical milestones that reflect the American struggle for freedom and equality. Now, therefore, I, Rachel Hernandez, Mayor of the City of Riverbank, on behalf of the City Council and our community, do hereby proclaim June 19, 2025 as Juneteenth Freedom Day in the City of Riverbank, and encourage all residents to honor this day through reflection, education, participation in activities that promote diversity, inclusion, and understanding. We do have a celebration on the 19th? Oh, on June 19th, here in Riverbank to honor Juneteenth. That's going to take place here in Plaza del Rio at the community center this year from 9 to 5. Thank you. 11 to 5. Thank you. So anyone, we'll probably repeat that information later. So thank you. All right. Participating. So next we have a presentation, item 7.5, update by Stanislaus Consolidated Fire Protection District by Chief Clint Bray.
Good evening, Council. City Manager Clint Bray, Deputy Chief of Modesto Fire Department, currently serving as your fire chief under our administrative contract for the district. Filling in for Director Neal tonight. He wasn't able to make it. Just a couple updates of what's going on in the district for the first part of the year. Currently, we have 2 employees attending paramedic school. This, once they're completed, will bring us to a total of 18 paramedics in the department. 5 years ago, we started with 6, and now we're up to 18. This allows us to have an average daily staffing of 4 engine companies a day that are staffed with paramedics with our staffing model. The new fire station in Crossroads West, we just entered into a contract with Teeter Architectural Services for working on the civil and full designs of the new fire station. That is being funded with the recent impact fees that was passed in the city, in both cities in the district and the county. Looking forward to get that project kicked off. We know there's growing needs for the city of Riverbank for another fire station in our community. For a fleet update, we recently took delivery of a new Type 1, which is the fire engines they use every day, from High Tech Manufacturing out of Oakdale, and was placed into service in the airport district. Currently, we are purchased a new Type 3 engine, which is used for more of the vegetation responses and wildland responses. We're looking for delivery on that in the next 60 to 90 days. For the city of Riverbank, if you drive by the station, you'll see a new pickup that's yellow in there that is on loan from the state Cal OES. That has been assigned to us. It's a Type 6 fire engine. This will be used for responses in the Riverbank area and surrounding communities, and also to enhance the state response model. So if there's an incident throughout the state, like the LA fires, we'll use that to be deployed throughout the state. Currently, the district has started a standards of coverage study. It's a comprehensive analysis that will help evaluate our current service levels and determine optimal resource deployment. The study is expected to last anywhere from 9 to 12 months. And when it is published, we will share it with the city of Riverbank. We're using it to guide our strategic planning and resource allocations. one of my thoughts for the standards of coverage, once that is complete, I have a huge capital facility needs for outdated stations. And then we'll move into a facility study to identify what stations need to be replaced or rebuilt. The two studies working in conjecture will then determine the location of the fire stations and then which ones are needing to be replaced. So many of my stations are hitting the 100-year-old mark. So we're overdue. And then to wrap up the recent emergency activity in the district, with wildland season and the heat coming, we've done multiple water rescues on the Stanislaus already this year, averaging of about 5 a weekend, anywhere from Knights Ferry all the way down to McHenry Wreck. I believe we were out there last weekend. And we have burnt probably close to 250 acres in the district in vegetations already this year. And we're gearing up for an active, busy 4th of July. Last year, we ran 485 calls in 6 hours, which is what we normally do in a 24-hour period. So we're working on upstaffing our equipment to be prepared across all of MST, Modesto, Stanislaus, and Turtle Rock for the 4th of July, once again, because it's falling on a Friday, Saturday this year. So with that, open for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Just kind of curious, have you guys secured the location for the new site in Crossroads West? I know there's just been discussion about that.
Yeah, well, we're still using the current model, which is it does have some challenges with a roundabout by there, but we're working with city staff on that. But it is across the street from the soccer park.
Great. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, so public comment. This time, members of the public may comment on any item not appearing on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council LRA Board. Individual comments will be limited to a maximum of 3 minutes, and time cannot be yielded to another person. Under state law, matters presented during public comment cannot be discussed or acted upon. City Clerk.
Mr. Michael Christie?
Good evening, Council. I'm Michael Christie on Skylar Court, Riverbank Crossroads. Tonight I wanted to talk about the Sierra House donation drive. It kicked off starting from June 8th through the 28th. I've gotten a lot of great feedback from my neighbors, and I've seen some donations coming in. For those of us that can donate, we really appreciate it. If you don't have time to shop, don't have time to drop off items, you can also issue a check to Cambridge Academies and then drop that off to the city manager's office. So anyway, I just wanted to get the word out. And, if it's supposed to end on the 28th, but there's no reason why it can't keep on giving after that. So again, you can check out the Cambridge Academies and the Sierra House website too, and the Facebook page for more information. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Bill Berryhill?
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, council members, staff. It's a pleasure to actually be able to come here and start to talk about some positive things with the Riverwalk. I know I only have a little bit of time, so I'm going to just touch on a couple of the issues. One is water. And I know I've had a chance to talk to all of you, and so it's probably a little redundant, but I think the community needs to hear these stats and so forth. It's been said that the housing is going to use a lot more water. Well, that's just not true. The fact of the matter is it's about 1.6 acre feet for an acre of housing versus 4+ for farming. So there'll be less pumping for a housing development versus agriculture. The other thing that's been said is that it's prone to flooding. Not since Maloney's Dam was built has it even come close. I have gone down that. If anyone wants to dispute that, I'd like to see the evidence. I do not believe that property has ever flooded since the dam went in. That's flood control. The other thing is the loss of ag land. And, you would think, and I was a little bit surprised actually, that there would be less ag land today than 10, 15, 20 years ago. Fact of the matter is, and you can Google it, in 2017, we had 380,590 acres of irrigated lands. In 2025, we have 412,000. And why is that? It's technology, it's rootstock development. We're too good for our own good. And so our production has gone way up. And so the notion that we're all going to starve just simply isn't true. And so I just wanted to bring that up and look forward to future meetings touching on the other various issues that have been said. I'm not on LAFCO anymore, so I can talk, which feels good. So anyway, I thank you guys for your time.
Sammy?
Hi, friends. Good evening. Good evening, council. Good evening, mayor. I'm Sammy. I'm the city leader for Love Riverbank, and I just wanted to come by and tell you guys that thank you so much for supporting Love Riverbank. We are currently looking forward to our next event, which is going to be our first annual 4th of July bicycle parade. So we're going to start right here in the plaza. We're going to go ahead and make our way down Santa Fe. We're going to go around the community center, and then we're going to end at the gazebo with hopefully some popsicles, some root beer floats, some snacks, and some activities for kids. So we're really excited to host this event because I was really shocked that Riverbank didn't have a 4th of July celebration. So we're happy to bring this to Riverbank. To fund our activities, we are running a campaign now where you can sponsor a flag or you can sponsor a bow. These can be sponsored for $10 with your hero name on it. And then what we'll also do is we will place these down Oakdale Road the week of 4th of July to be displayed that week. And then we will also do a social media post online through the Love Riverbank social media websites. So if you guys have any questions, please reach out to us. We can be found on Instagram, Facebook, our website, and also at loveriverbankcalifornia.com. So thanks, guys.
Thank you. Olivia?
Good evening, Mayor Hernandez, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Olivia Rambula, broker and owner of Timeless Real Estate here in Riverbank, but I'm here tonight on behalf of the Riverbank Chamber of Commerce. I'm the Director of Community Events. We have a few things that we have coming up. First off, we have the Riverbank Business Expo, sponsored by your Chamber of Commerce. It's going to be here in town at the Community Center on Thursday, June 12th from 5 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. We are still looking for vendors and definitely attendees. It's an opportunity to come out, see the businesses. There's some businesses that have items for sale. There's other ones that are sharing information. And then also some are doing job hiring. So it'd be a great moment for that. And then also on June 18th, we have the Lunch and Learn at Timeless Real Estate. That's from 12 to 1 p.m. And our topic, we're going to be doing vision boards for your business and your life goals and dreams. So that will be a fun event. I'm going to be sponsoring the vision boards and some of the other items to go with it. If you have special photos you want to bring those. Make a copy of your real pictures so you're not gluing them to a board. You make copies in my machine if you forget. And then also we have a new ambassador today that we got. We also have a new secretary director. So we are moving along there. And then we are upgrading our website. So those of you who hated our website, it's going to be much better. It's going to take them 6 to 8 weeks to fix it, but the forms are going to be fillable. You'll be able to do that online. It'll be easier, also be easier with a cell phone. You'll be able to do that through our new website coming up. So that's coming up. Also, we have ambassador training. So if you're interested in being an ambassador, we're taking applications. You can find those online on our Riverbank Chamber of Commerce.org website. We are going to have a new ambassador training and old, well, not old, but we have existing ambassadors and a new training for our ambassadors. It's going to be held the same day as a Lunch and Learn. It's going to be from 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. at Timeless Real Estate. So if we have food left over from the Lunch and Learn, you're going to get fed that night. I'll feed you no matter what. And then we do have something that we have coming up in January 16th, 2026. I want you guys to say the date. We are combining our installation dinner with the Citizen of the Year Award. So that's going to be at the Antigua Event Center here in Riverbank. And we're going to have different awards like Citizen of the Year, Youth Citizen of the Year, Business of the Year, Ambassador of the Year, and a membership our membership growth that's going to be given to one of the chamber members. And then our next meeting is Tuesday, July 8th from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. at the Riverbank Industrial Complex. So you guys are all invited to come to all of these events. Come and see us at your Chamber of Commerce, and we hope to see you guys all there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Eddie Cuellar? Oops. Oh, it's for you, Olivia.
Hello, Mayor and council members and staff. 12-year resident of Riverbank. I love living here. Worked in construction and military veteran, and this is the place I call home now. We're settled here, my wife and I. But the thing I'm concerned about is the safety on our streets. If you drive up and down Clarabelle, Oakdale, Roselle, people are flying down the road. People are running red lights. So I would like to suggest a recommendation that we look into putting red light cameras on our main intersection. Oakdale and Clarabelle, Squire Wells and Clarabelle, Roselle and Clarabelle, Oakdale and Patterson, and even over here on First and Atchison. Every time I sit with one of those lights, you see the light turn red and you see 2 or 3 cars still go through it. They have them in Modesto, they have them in Manteca. They have a big sign on there that says fine is $490. You take that $490 times 10 people a day, $4,900 times a year, 365, you're over 1.7 million we can bring back into the city because people are just driving crazy out there on the roads. So maybe we should look into that and, join the other cities and help to make safety. First of all, the main interest is keeping our drivers and our older people safe. I have a role. It's not a journey. It's not a race, it's a journey. So I drive slow now. I'm retired. I don't care. I got people, youngsters around me like that. I'd forget about them, So people just gotta learn, slow down, follow the rules, and do what's right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And then we have a couple online, Mayor. Ms. Garza, if you can please unmute.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. As a proud resident of Riverbank, I appreciate the time and effort you're dedicating to shaping the future of our city. I want to note that previously I sent an email with input on the strategic plan to each council member, which was read during last month's first Tuesday city council meeting. I'm grateful for the opportunity and would like to briefly reiterate and expand on some of the key points tonight. First, I want to acknowledge that it's important work that's laid out in the draft of the strategic plan. It
Ms.
presents.
Garza?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. If you're speaking on the strategic plan, that's a part of the agenda, so you can comment during that item. This is public comment, just general public comment on items not on the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, the strategic plan is part of the agenda, item 11.3, I believe.
Okay. Well, I was just trying to catch it because I was busy at work and I'm just trying to catch the meeting. So I can wait
Yes.
till 11.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have to wait till the item comes up.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Agers, can you please unmute?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Jamie Yeager speaking. The council heard at one of your recent meetings from several speakers about the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, and specifically that, yes, there is a lot more ag land that has been developed into production in recent years. And the speakers pointed out the problem with that was that it's in areas that should never have been developed, specifically because there's no irrigation in that area. So they're relying completely upon groundwater to irrigate that area. So this previous speaker spoke about there's so much more ag land being developed now. Yes, there is, but much of it is in areas that should never have been developed because it doesn't have irrigation water available to it. One of the things I've pointed out in the past is that the Riverwalk project was not factored into the current groundwater sustainability plan, and the EIR for that project skimmed over this assessment and it must be thoroughly demonstrated in the final EIR. The groundwater basin that Riverbank is part of is part of that groundwater sustainability plan, and that sustainability must be demonstrated in the final EIR. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ayers. Mayor, that is all I have.
Thank you. Okay, so consent calendar. Item 9. We're going to consider item 9.1 through 9.7. Is there a motion or consideration for any item on its own?
So I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the consent calendar as stated.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Uribe?
Yes.
Councilmember Pimentel?
Yes.
Councilmember Call?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fossey?
Yes.
Mayor Hernandez?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great. Public hearings. Item 10.1, the first reading by title only and introduction of an ordinance designating the City of Riverbank Local Responsibility Area Fire Hazard Severity Zone.
Mayor and council, I will be 100% honest with you that this is not an item that a city would typically bring forward, as it usually is something that's related to your fire district or CAL FIRE. But a few years ago, the legislation was enacted in order to have CAL FIRE prepare these fire hazard severity zones for jurisdictions that they normally do not oversee. And so that is why we are bringing this map forward for your consideration as per the requirements of that legislation. Go. So what are these fire hazard severity zones? These are maps that are required by government code, sections 51178 and 51179, and identify levels of fire hazard. And there's 3 levels that are identified: moderate, high, and very high. And if any part of your jurisdiction falls under one of these 3 categories, then you are required to adopt the map that identifies that. How are the zones determined? CAL FIRE used the best available science and data to develop and field test a model that served as the basis of zone assignments. The model evaluated the probability of the area burning and potential fire behavior in this area. The factors that were taken into consideration were fire history, vegetation, flame length, blowing embers, proximity to wildland, terrain, and weather. So a couple of the new updates as part of those items that are being considered are updated burn probabilities for wildland areas, updated fire environmental footprints, updated vegetation density for urban areas, inclusion of slope in the urban zoning model. Localized fire weather was used in both wildland and urban models, and the new firebrand production and transport model using discrete local wind vector distributions. Wildland versus non-wildland zones that were considered. These zones are areas with relatively homogeneous slope and vegetation. Scores are averaged within a zone, and the wildland is scored independently of urban and agricultural. Urban zones are scored using an additional model with more steps. So the wildland fire hazard zone is typically delineated as a minimum size of 200 acres with a burn probability based on fire occurrence between 1991 and 2020. Looking at fire intensity based on the vegetation type, the slope, the local fire weather, how hot, dry, and windy the worst conditions have been in a given location, based on data from 2003 to 2018. So these urban fire hazard zones have been identified as a minimum size of 20 acres for isolated islands of vegetation embedded in non-wildland. They're based on distance to wildland and hazard level of adjacent wildland. ember production based on vegetation type and fire weather, ember transport based on wind speed, direction, observed under the most extreme fire weather at a given location, and the width of moderate, high, and very high bands in urban are based on ember load, urban tree cover, and slope. So what is this map supposed to do? It's supposed to help building standards for new construction in the wildland urban interface, which is part of California Building Code Chapter 7A. It is supposed to provide property development standards such as road widths, water supply, and signage as part of the fire safe regulations. It's supposed to provide for defensible space requirements as identified in Government Code Section 51182, and natural hazard real estate disclosures that are part of any real estate transaction that's happening. So this is how what's impacted within the zones that have been created, that moderate, high, and very high. So the city of Riverbank, the area that's identified in our region, falls under the moderate zone. So we're required to make sure that we adopt this fire hazard severity zone. Make sure that it's identified when doing a CEQA analysis. It does affect the Subdivision Map Act. Safety element for our general plan, fire safety regulations, and as previously mentioned, Chapter 7A of the Uniform Building Code, that defensible space code, and the subdivision review. And so our requirements, which is highlighted in purple there, at this point in time, is to make sure we adopt that hazard zone. So here's our timeline. We did post the map for public comment starting February 24th to 2025. Our public hearing for our first reading of the ordinance that is required by the state is happening today. And we will hold a second reading for the ordinance for adoption at the June 24th meeting. And so here is the map. As you will note, the yellow area, which is on the eastern border of the city limits, has been identified as a moderate zone. And so we will make sure to have to comply with any new building code regulations that are updated in that Chapter 7A to ensure that available safety measures are installed in order to mitigate any potential fires in that area. I will state, and thank you to Josh Mann, our Community Development Director, who actually reached out to CAL FIRE. Originally, this was all vacant land at that point in time because no construction had started with regards to developments like Diamond Bar East, Diamond Bar West, et cetera. So he did reach out to share that information and the fact that there has been a change in circumstances with regards to development occurring there. Unfortunately, they did not take that information into consideration as part of their model. And so we are required to adopt this map as part of the state code. And this is just more information for any residents who are interested in being able to see the process that CAL FIRE undertook in order to develop these fire hazard zones. This is the website you can go to. I'm available for questions based on our map, but not necessarily based on what CAL FIRE has done.
Any questions or comments from the council first? Okay, so this is a public hearing. I will open it for public comment. Any public comment on this item?
There is no one on Zoom.
Okay, we will close this public hearing. And if there's no further questions by the council, I'll open it for a motion.
Did we do a motion? Okay. Go ahead. I move that we approve item 10.1.
I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Uribe?
Yes.
Councilmember Pimentel?
Yes.
Councilmember Call?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fossey?
Yes.
Mayor Hernandez?
Yes,
Motion passes 5-0 for the first reading.
thank you. Item 10.2, two resolutions for Consolidated Landscaping Lighting District 2-1, amend and or approve the engineer's report and the levy and collection of annual assessments related thereto for fiscal year 25-26. And 2, ordering the levy and collection of annual assessments for fiscal year 25-26.
So Mayor and Council, unfortunately, Kathleen Cleek, our Capital Projects and Regulatory Compliance Manager, couldn't be here to provide this presentation. So I will be doing that on her behalf. I will be providing a presentation that will be addressing item 10.2, 10.3, 10.4, and 10.5. And then you will still have to make motions on each one individually as they are a public hearing. And then we'll allow Councilmember Call to step down for item 10.6 before proceeding. But this is the 25-26 Landscape and Lighting District consideration of resolutions that will approve or amend the engineer's report that has been prepared for each of the districts, as well as authorizing the levy and collection of the annual assessments associated with them. So our landscape and lighting districts have an annual assessment that covers the cost of landscape maintenance, street lighting, capital improvements within each district. Those maintenance costs and assessments are reviewed on an annual basis. And based on legislation, we are required to adopt those fees, and then we remit them to Stanislaus County so that they can be added to the individual homes' property tax bills. So the consolidated area, the annual parcel assessment, you'll note on here, we have 6 different districts with 4 of them having increases. These were discussed and shared at the last meeting. You will note that the largest increase is within the Eastwood Estates area, and it is all to cover the Grover Landscape contract that maintains all of the public infrastructure and landscaping. Ridgewood Place has an annual parcel assessment that will increase by $55.36 for a total of $296.07 for the year. The River Cove District, there is no increase there as this district is actually tapped out. We don't have any authorization to be able to do any further increases within this area. And Sierra Vista Estates, that one has an annual fee of $102, which is an increase of $21.05. And so our recommendation, this is for items 10.2 through 10.5, is that the City Council approve the fiscal year 25-26 engineers report and the collection of the annual assessment for these 4 districts. And I'm available for any questions should you have them.
Thank you. Are there questions for item 10.2 to 10.5 from the council? I'm just curious, when did the River Cove Landscape Lighting District reach its max?
I would say it's probably been at least 7 or 8 years now.
Have we seen any need for?
Definitely. That is one of our older subdivisions now. The annual assessment does also pay for part of the park maintenance. So definitely we're seeing a need there as some of the park structures start to age.
Any other questions before I move it to a public hearing? All right, so this is a public hearing for, if you're looking at the agenda, item 10.2 to 10.5. Are there any public comment?
Mayor, we have to open each one
Oh,
and then
that's
we
right.
make a motion
Yes.
for each one.
Okay, so this is only for item 10.2. So then I got ahead of myself. The resolution for the Consolidated Landscaping Lighting District, which is, could we go back to? Yes, so this first set of considerations, any public comment? Online?
Mayor, there is no one online.
Okay, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to council for consideration of item 10.2.
So I'll make a motion to approve item 10.2 for both resolutions.
Second.
A roll call, please.
Councilmember Uribe?
Yes.
Councilmember Pimentel?
Yes.
Councilmember Call?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fosse?
Yes.
Mayor Hernandez?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And now item Ridgewood Place Landscaping. Any council comments or questions? I will open it for a public hearing. Any public comment?
Mayor, there is no one on Zoom.
All right, I will close this public hearing. Motion for item 10.3.
I make a motion, we approve item 10.2,
I'll second.
10.3, sorry.
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Uribe?
Yes.
Councilmember Pimentel?
Yes.
Councilmember Call?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fosse?
Yes.
Mayor Hernandez?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Now item 10.4, any council comments or questions? So I will open it for a public hearing. Item 10.4, any public comment? Could you, please? Thank you.
I'm just curious, why is the River Cove district exempt from this as all the other districts aren't?
Thank you. Why was there a max, I guess? Why did the assessments end 7-8 years ago?
When you first develop what's called the rate and method of apportionment, you actually set a timeline that where your increases kind of end or sunset. And so unfortunately, this was one of the original developments that we had back in the day, so.
Gosh, could you give an estimate of when this was, the reapportionment was?
Well, it would have been when the development was first built, and I honestly cannot remember. It might have been, it was definitely before me, so, yeah.
And maybe to add some clarifying, does each of them have a sunset?
They do, yeah. So the assessment will never end, but the increases will.
Thank you. And we may have was that an online?
No,
it's a computer
battery low.
Okay. Any other public comment? Okay, we'll close this public hearing and bring it back to council for consideration.
I make a motion, we approve 10.4.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Uribe?
Yes.
Councilmember Pimentel?
Yes.
Councilmember Call?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fosse?
Yes.
Mayor Hernandez?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Right, consideration for item 10.5, 2 resolutions for Sierra Vista Estates Landscaping and Lighting District. Any council comments or questions? I'm going to open it for public hearing. Any public comments?
Mayor, there is no one on Zoom.
Okay, I will close this public hearing and bring it back for consideration.
I'll make a motion to approve item 10.5, both resolutions.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Uribe?
Yes.
Councilmember Pimentel?
Yes.
Councilmember Call?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fosse?
Yes.
Mayor Hernandez?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Councilmember, thank you. So item 10.6, 2 resolutions for Crossroads Landscaping Lighting District. You may have to completely exit. Thank you. For Crossroads Landscaping Lighting District to 1 amend or did I read this? And or approve for the engineer's reports and levy the collection of annual assessments related thereto for fiscal year 25-26, and 2, ordering the levy and collection of annual assessments for fiscal year 25-26.
This item is related to the Crossroads Landscape and Lighting District. This item was presented at the last meeting for consideration and moving this forward to the public hearing. So the Crossroads Landscape and Lighting District does have 3 different zones set up, which identify the assessments for the residential portion and the major landscaping within those areas. And then there's also one for district benefit, which also goes to help fund things like the Silva Park. And so there, only one of the zones is looking at receiving an increase just based on additional costs. The other 3 zones, we're not proposing any increase because we are collecting enough in the annual assessment to be able to cover those costs as well. So none of these are maxed out with regards to our ability to increase. It's just we don't have a need to increase them at this point in time. So zone 2 is gonna be $108.15 for, which is over $3.15 over what the previous year was. And so the recommendation is that the city council approve the fiscal year 25-26 engineers report and order the levy and collection of the annual assessment for the Crossroads Landscape and Lighting District after opening and closing the public hearing.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the council? I have a quick question. I've gotten various messages from residents about lighting around Silva Park. Is this one way that they can advocate for additional lighting for the area?
Yes, if there is sufficient revenues to be able to do that after our evaluation, then that can certainly be a consideration. If there's not additional revenues, then we could look at increasing the assessment in future years in order to be able to compensate for those costs.
And I will open this for a public hearing.
Mayor, we have a comment.
We have one here, but
Can you please clarify the zones 1, 2, and 4, what areas they are?
thank you.
I don't have a map handy, so I will have to pull that up and see if there's a way to share that.
And then we
Go
also have
ahead.
another comment on Zoom. Ms. Garza, can you please unmute?
Yes, I do have a question. I know that you couldn't explain yet which zone is to what particular area, but I am wanting to know, is it on Oakdale and Westgate in this resolution part of for the zoning? Do you know?
I'm pulling up the map,
Yeah.
Ms. Garza, so if you can give us
Okay.
some minutes.
Thank
yeah.
you. I just have a question just because as, you know, living in the Crossroads West, that area has been cleared out, but I am curious on when landscaping will take place to further out, you know, a crosswalk along the side of the newer homes that have been built and going down to Oakdale and Morrill that way.
So that area is within the Crossroads West subdivision. And what the city is going to end up doing is we're going to widen that portion of the road to be 2 lanes. Currently, it tapers down to 1 lane. And so we're going to extend that out to 2 lanes. And at that point in time, all of the landscaping along with sidewalks will be installed.
Okay, thank
So
you.
that is not part of this specific district. That portion of the development has its own district within a community facilities district.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
You. Yeah.
That zone 2, the increase, what is that for? Why are they increasing it then?
It's for the Grover landscape service that's provided there. Landscaping services. So all of the medians where we have the trees and the plants, all of that gets maintained through Grover Landscape Services. And they usually have annual increases that they
But they are
pass on to us.
seeing all of Riverbank right now, right?
They currently service the landscape and lighting district areas as well as certain parks.
So have we looked into another company doing it and getting a better price?
Yes, we have. Actually, for our park service, we just did a request for proposals and they came in about $150,000 less than the other company that proposed.
It.
Grover Landscape.
Grover Landscape.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, typically with our contract services, we do bids to see who has either both the highest quality, best prices for our residents. Thank you.
So with regards to the zone number 1, and I'm sorry, I can't pull it up, is within, let's see if it'll let me share my screen here. There we go. Okay, I may need to. Yes. There it is. I can see it on Zoom, but we need to, that might not work, yeah. Technology.
My house is on there. I see it coming up. It's coming.
So zone number 1, which is this area, this red area here, is off of Lene Way, Bordona Drive, which is basically the area that's off of Morel Road, Garden Oak Drive. Zone number 2 is an area off of Oakdale Road, encompasses Ingstrom Drive, Jandy Way, Morel Road, Webb Street, Chancellor Way, Browns Court, Rio Gabriel, a portion of Novi Drive, Huntley Street. And then we have zone 3, which is this green area here. So that's off of Squire Wells and Clarabelle Road. So closer to the shopping center, Crossroads East. And then we have zone 4, which is the blue area. So that's off of Oakdale Road, Heartland Drive, Donner Trail, Glow Road, Crawford Road, well, Old Westgate now, Gallery Drive, and Novi Drive. So if you are within these zones and you have purchased your home, you have definitely seen this assessment come through on your property tax bill. It is not something new, as it was established when the development was first built.
You, any other public comment? Yes. And if you could, I need to ask everybody going forward, your name, please.
Good evening, Michael Christie and Crossroads. When it's time to do reassessments again and everything in Crossroads, I know I've asked the council about it before, but the lighting along the canal, it's just awful. And as I walk down there every day, every night, early in the mornings, late in the evenings, I do see that the end of Blazer Court, Feather Court, and Mayberry Court have street lights. I'm just wondering why we couldn't take off those lights and have a double light like you see in parking lots and stadiums. You know, why not go off those existing lights? And someday if we have to do, you know, reassessments for our fees and our lighting, I have several other neighbors and friends that walk along there and they have the same concerns too. It's just unfortunately, it's just not a well-lit area. And I hope going forward, like in Crossroads West behind the apartments and near the canal there, I hope that the engineers and the planners will consider that, you know, when they build over there, because I think that's going to be a big problem for the commercial too as well over there and for the tenants. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Any other public comment? Thank you. Okay, could you say your name?
Oh.
Yes, yes. And in order to keep the order and flow of everything, I'm sorry about that, but we could talk offline. Thank you. Any other public comment? All right, we will close the public hearing for this and consider item 10.6.
If we can pull up the rates just briefly. So I think just moving forward, since there is a zone 3, there is no rate increase, just like zone 1, just including that, just for reference for later.
There's actually no assessment in that area. That's why we don't.
Got it. Okay.
Any consideration for?
I make a motion that we approve 10.6.
I'll second it.
A roll call, please.
Councilmember Uribe?
Yes.
Councilmember Pimentel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fosse?
Yes.
Mayor Hernandez?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. Thank you, Randy. You're going to present 10.7 and 8 separately? Together?
They'll be together.
Okay, perfect. All right, Item 10.7, but I know you're gonna present both together. Resolution of the City Council of the City of Riverbank, County of Stanislaus, State of California, ordering the levy and collection of assessments within the Riverbank Storm Drain Benefit Assessment District number 2006-01 Heartlands for fiscal year 25-26.
So the item before you is with regards to annual assessments that cover the maintenance and operations of the storm drain facilities and improvements within the district. The previous items were with regards to landscape and lighting improvements and park improvements. This one is specific to storm drain districts. We have two within the city, with the first being the Heartlands Storm Drain Maintenance District, which is located behind Target. There is actually a storm drain basin that's located on what we would call Heartland Drive and Oakdale Road, next to the Panera area of Crossroads East Shopping Center. So that district will have an increase of $15.55 for a total fee of $67.38. And here's a copy of that, where that map is. And for future meetings, we will include that map as well in the presentation. And then our Sterling Ridge Storm Drain District, which is item 10.8. So that one is going to have a $19.60 increase for a total of $117.60. So that district is located in the Sterling Ridge subdivision, which is just east of Roselle Avenue at the intersection of Roselle and South Rosebrook. So this is the area that services that. And so our recommendation is that the City Council approve the fiscal year 25-26 engineers report and declare its intention to levy and collect the annual assessments within the two storm drain districts.
Thank you. So we'll consider item 10.7 first. Any council comments or questions? I will open this for a public hearing. Any public comments?
Mayor, there is no one on Zoom.
Okay, I will close this public hearing for, bring it back to for consideration.
Make a motion, we approve item 10.7.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Uribe?
Yes.
Councilmember Pimentel?
Yes.
Councilmember Call?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fosse?
Yes.
Mayor Hernandez?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item 10.8. Any public or any council comments or questions? I'll open this for a public hearing. Any public comment?
Mayor, there is no one on Zoom.
I will close this public hearing and bring it back for consideration.
I'll make a motion to approve item 10.8.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Uribe?
Yes.
Councilmember Pimentel?
Yes.
Councilmember Call?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fosse?
Yes.
Mayor Hernandez?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Item 11.1, fiscal year 25-26 major fund budget workshop.
Mayor and council, we're happy to present this workshop to you in anticipation of the adoption of the budget at the June 24th meeting. Your Assistant City Manager, who also serves as your Director of Finance, will provide the report on this item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. Tonight, I will be presenting to you an overview of our proposed fiscal year 25-26 major fund budget in anticipation of the adoption of the budget at our next meeting on June 24th. This is an opportunity for the City Council to review ongoing annual expenditures as well as review capital requests from each of our departments. So what are our major funds? Major funds are funds that receive the majority of the city's revenues, are typically discretionary based on the type of revenue received, and provide resources for the primary operations of the city. Which funds are considered our major funds? Our general fund, which includes the recreation fund, our gas tax fund, our sewer fund, our water fund, and the public benefit fund. It froze. Thank you. So just some notable increases in the upcoming fiscal year. We will experience a almost 21% increase in costs, resulting in the city contributing approximately $881,000 this fiscal year in our CalPERS unfunded liability. With nearly half of that being paid directly by the general fund. This relates back to a presentation by NHA advisors regarding strategies to be able to manage the rising costs with consideration of the Section 115 trust that was heard at our last meeting. In the upcoming fiscal year, we will also experience a 21% increase for workers' comp, vehicle, property, insurance, and liability coverages. So for the general fund, what is the general fund? The general fund is our city's primary discretionary fund with our major revenue sources, including sales tax and property tax. These revenues are not legally restricted for specific uses and may be allocated at the discretion of the city council to support a variety of municipal services and priorities. So expenditures encompass a variety of core municipal services that include our parks and recreation, planning, building, neighborhood improvement, administration, legal, development services, and stormwater administration. So this is a snapshot of what we've projected for our beginning reserve balance in July of 2025. What we have currently projected for revenues, less our ongoing expenditures, and less our general fund subsidies. Subsidies are those that fund other either funds or activities that do not bring in enough revenue to cover the cost of expenditures. Some one-time proposed projects and expenses, and then our estimated ending reserve in June of 2026 is set to be approximately 7.5 million. And we've noted, we previously have set aside 750,000 for the Section 115 trust, which is included in here. What is required for a reserve is 15%, which is almost 2.4 million. And then we have a surplus reserve, which is 4.3 million. The budget does have a structural deficit of 2.2 million. So for the general fund, we have projected revenues for 25-26 at 14.1 million. In 24-25, it was 13.7 million. It's about a 3.4 increase. Despite increases in some key revenue sources like our sales tax and property tax, staff has proposed some reductions in construction related fees such as building permits, which has reduced the overall projected increase in revenues. So this is just a snapshot of some historical general fund revenues over the past several years. You will see a decrease in the 24-25, and that had a lot to do with we changed some allocation regarding staffing. We used to pay for a lot of our personnel out of general fund, and then there were transfers in to cover the staffing when they worked in other funds or areas, which caused the revenue to look higher because it was a transfer in. So, and you'll see the same on expenditures. There was a large decline in expenditures in the 24-25. So our major fund revenue sources are sales tax, property tax in lieu of VLF, and then our transfer in. So overall sales tax, we are projecting a 4.5% increase, a 5% increase on property tax, and then the property tax in lieu of VLF is 3%, and our transfer in has an almost increase of 6%. As you can see, sales tax, property tax, and that property tax in lieu are a large chunk of what is our revenue in our general fund, making up just over 70% of that. So property tax, continued growth is expected due to the stable market and the new housing that has came in. Our building permits, we have projected a 15% decline due to slowing permit activity and some subdivisions nearing completion. And sales tax, we are rebounding. We did have a decline in 2023, but in 25-26, we are projecting a 4.5% increase, which is driven by our retail growth. And the city continues to be conservative in that budgeting. So here is a snapshot of some of your sales tax revenue. Again, the 4.5% growth, continued expansion of retail activity, and our conservative method utilizing our contractor Muni Services Avenue, who help us evaluate sales tax and help us with those projections. Sales tax is economically sensitive, so the city remains cautiously optimistic. Here is our sales tax revenues over the last few years. Another snapshot of how you can see some of that fluctuation in there in the sales tax revenue. And then we get to our general fund expenditures. For 25-26, we've projected almost 16.4 million, with 24-25 had 14.5 million. So we do have a large increase of 1.9 million. That's an overall increase of 13.3%. This is a view of where that is split out. Our law enforcement is almost 7 million. It takes up almost 43% of those expenditures. Fund subsidies is 2.2 million. That's 13.45%. Operating expenditures are 16%. Salary and benefits at 27%. And then our capital outlay for this fiscal year is estimated less than 1%, less than 1%. So for our personnel and labor overview, LIUNA is our miscellaneous group. Negotiations are currently underway, and a new 3-year agreement is expected soon. Our mid-management unit, their current agreement expires December 31st of 25. So staff has included some projections included pending negotiations, just so that we weren't leaving anything out. And those would be adjusted once those negotiations come along. Compensation study. So the city has issued a request for proposals for a classification and compensation study, which will review equity and salaries and benefits. That has been included as part of this budget, and will be coming to you at our next meeting to award that contract. As noted in the beginning, our rising costs with the PERS unfunded liability, and then our health insurance, we included an anticipated 8% increase, and the employees still currently pay 15% of their premiums. Staffing, there is an included promotion for a community development specialist 2, and then 1 new position of a human resource technician. There were other staffing considerations that were requested, and we have deferred these positions, some of them due to spacing, some of them due to funding constraints, a deputy city clerk and admin, a public information officer, an administrative assistant in planning, building, and code enforcement, and a recreation coordinator for recreation. Another consideration is the in-house changing our engineering to in-house. We currently contract all of our engineering. So we will be exploring the creation of a engineering department that would consist of a city engineer, an assistant engineer, and an engineering tech. The goal is that these would the cost of these positions would be offset by the reductions in our current contracts of engineering. So further operational fiscal analysis would be looking into that and seeing what, if there is any net cost to the city, or if we could potentially save money. But space is also an issue on that one too. Our law enforcement contract, we're seeing a 13.65% increase in the contract. Salary and benefits had a 4.1% increase. Vehicle replacement costs had a small increase. Dispatch services had a 10.5% increase. And then the county's cost allocation plan, which is how they distribute out a lot of like their overall admin cost, has seen a lot of increase in that. And I will tell you, they are experiencing the same thing we are, with an increase in your insurance aspects. And then your just your overall workers' comp human resource side of it, higher IT and janitorial costs due to expanded support and full year cost alignment. Capital expenditures, this year we're requesting almost 120,000. That's a new desk cubicle in City Hall South, Zerillo tennis courts resurface, which will cost 15,000, but the goal is that Recreation is going to attempt to get a grant that would cover 50% of that cost. And then an ADA improvement is a placeholder for issues that we come across throughout the year where we can make those repairs and for the safety, health and safety. And then the classification and compensation study that was brought up earlier for 45,000. Deferred capital expenditures, there was a request from Recreation for the Wharton Park playground equipment. This was $340,000 request to replace the playground equipment at Wharton Park. But it is not being included in the current proposed budget due to funding constraints. The need is acknowledged and we will reconsider in future budget cycles as resources allow. General fund subsidies have significantly increased over the past 4 years, rising from approximately 757,000 in fiscal year 23 to the proposed fiscal year 2026 of 2.2 million. This represents a 64% increase over the current year's budget. The largest increases are seen in Recreation, which had an increase of 135,000, and our gas tax streets, which increased by 70,000 to offset revenues, offset the declining revenues and rising maintenance costs for our streets. We also have 2 new subsidies that are being introduced in this budget, and that is for the Sierra House, which is 366,000, and then our local redevelopment authority for 232,000. Both of these have lost funding, and so it is now being relied upon the general fund to fund these 2 functions. So here is your general fund subsidies. Recreation is proposed for this fiscal year at 972,000. Neighborhood improvement is 157,000. Community centers, 35,000. Our gas tax, which covers our street maintenance, is 441,000. And then the Sierra House and the LRA to bring you to that 2.2 million subsidy. Any questions before I move on? Okay.
I got a couple. So if we can go back to the general fund, I think it was where you were discussing the trust 115.
Right there.
Right there, yeah. So that $750,000. So I know that at the last council meeting, we were kind of discussing, we saw the graphs and that unfunded liability from CalPERS and how much we're going to have to pay back. I think, because I know staff's looking for like recommendations from council, right? And so I think it would be in our best interest to allocate additional funding instead of the 750 with that reserve you just showed us, kicking it up to the 1.5 and taking advantage of the higher interest gains on a higher principal amount. I think we do got to get aggressive with it, be a little bit more proactive with our debt management. And so I'd like to make that recommendation from 750 to the 1.5. So, and then if we can move forward to staffing considerations, where we were discussing the four, the deputy clerk, the PIO, that slide. So yeah, right here. So I know the recommendation is not to move forward. I would like to say though, I think in the purpose, so I do understand that we do have a staffing issue, but I think there's a way if we structured the PIO's position, if we moved it forward in the contract, there's been some feedback regarding like accessibility concerns, responsiveness. And I think this would be the way we should kind of move forward. It should be a remote position. And I think we can structure that in the contract. Let's see here. I had some more notes. I think just the flexibility of having a PIO internally and having it a remote and structuring it in the contract, I think we can make it work. It is a need we've been discussing for years, and I think it is something we should consider moving forward. And then the last slide, if we can move forward.
Can I make a quick note on
Yes,
this?
of course.
With our classification and compensation study, so we don't have that current position, so we can include that in our classification and compensation study to get a true idea of what that cost might be for that position as well.
Okay.
And then bring it back to the council with that.
And I think the option is also to put an RFP out to see what other options there are, right? So if we can put that out.
Contract versus an actual staff.
Right. So if we're still waiting for the compensation one, in the meantime, we can at the same time put out an RFP, see what's out there, and then just kind of merge the two as it goes down, maybe a year out from now.
I'd just like to add too, while you're talking about the comp study, that we should also look at the deputy city clerk. That would be a new position. And I think that should be included in it also.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. No, you're good. Tammy, if you could jump forward back to the general fund subsidies where you were talking about Sierra House. And right there. So right there, the bottom line, the 366. So I have made a referral. I would like to explore the option with council for the PLHA funds. There is a portion of there that can pay for, it's not going to pay for the entire thing, but it'll pay for a portion of the 366. So that'll help alleviate the general fund. As you showed the structural deficit, your words, conservative projections, right? So that's worst case scenario, the 2.2 million that you've showed. You guys have been doing such an amazing job here. Best case scenario, we're probably around a 1.8 to 2 million structural deficit. That is concerning still, right? But I think the numbers shown are probably worst case scenario. So I think, yeah, so those would be my current recommendations for these slides.
Any other comments for the slides as of now?
I have a few recommendations that I wrote down. I too would like to visit putting money towards the Sierra House for the PLHA fund with the PLHA funds. I also want to look at, or I ran a recommended removing and offering notice to Opportunity Stanislaus for that 25,000 a year that we're spending there. And then I would like to ask, is the study going to have the in-house engineering and it's going to give us a side-by-side of what we're currently paying for the contracted services versus in-house?
Yes, so we had discussed as part of the classification and compensation study to include those positions as well. Since they are entirely new positions to the city, we don't have, although we usually pilfer from another city, we don't have job classes that are developed here for our city, as well as salary ranges for those that would be appropriate for a city our size. So we had intended to include that as well and bring that back to council for that further discussion as a separate line item once that information is received.
Okay, and then deputy clerk, I have that on here as well. And then lastly, with the increase of retail and the growth of Riverbank, I would like to request another deputy, and with the lead time for recruitment and training being so long, I'd like to request that to be a part of this budget just in case we can secure one. However, I know it does take time, so I'd at least like to put it in there.
So we actually have one, we still have one in that we've asked for that allocation, right?
Yeah, a community resource deputy that we requested back in March of 24.
You're
And
gonna-
Tammy, if you can explore, okay, if you can, for the contract for opportunities, Stanislaus, I know we have one more year to go. I don't recall what's in the contract, but do we have that option to end it a year early? And would we get that funding back? If you guys can kind of explore that, because I would like to support that motion.
We'll look at what the terms are. If it does require, because it does run on a fiscal year, if it does require at least 30 days notice before the beginning of that, we might be a little bit too late, but we can certainly explore that.
Any other, do either of you have comments as of now?
I just agree with everything that Stacy and Luis have brought up. And I would like to see the Sierra House definitely funded by those, the one funds and the positions included in the classification study that so we can start looking at filling those.
Right.
Thank you.
So I think I mentioned this last time, the pie chart was amazing to look at because it sounds, thank you for adding that this time around. Because it shows just for our residents, the healthy balance that we have between law enforcement, which noted during our strategic planning that our crime has stayed relatively, there's no positive way to say, but like stagnant. You know, we haven't seen an increase in crime nor a decrease, but we are asking for a community services officer to be able to support us in, I guess, envisioning public safety a little bit differently for our city and supporting us. We're salary and benefits, which I am always supportive of supporting our employees and their livelihoods and the other funds. So like thinking through all of this, I'm like, we're getting sick still. I would do agree in considering an engineer in-house and looking at the cost differences between all of that. Going back to SR 911 and their increases, was that due to recent decisions or is that typical annual increase?
Some of it is your normal increase that you see just in operating costs, but I would say the majority of it is the fact that we do have to pay for our own licensing for the new Central Square software. So each one of our deputies will have its own individual license as part of the, their access to that. And so that's just the cost that gets passed down directly to the cities.
Could we get a future agenda item to have someone to come explain the changes going forward?
We certainly can.
Just to clarify the new ongoing costs with the LRA, that was due to changes in the federal administration. Unfortunately, we had the grants deleted, cut, eliminated. Thank you. So that now we have to bring in-house those costs for the LRA, the Riverbank Industrial Complex. Opportunity Stanislaus has always been a topic of conversation. And though I agree, being critical of the services that they provide for us, it's important to, I think, first assess and kind of give them the opportunity to, for this final year, to come back and see what we're asking of them. Because, I mean, ideally, the contract for them is to support Josh and our community development department, especially right now in lieu of not having the additional staff that we have. So I think it'd be good to consider having a conversation with them before eliminating them right away. And then for the PIO, I mean, I've mentioned before, I have a communications background, and I think it's so important, I agree, to have somebody in-house. Though I do believe, and I've had conversations with staff, having a remote person, I think would kind of be counterintuitive to the need that we have to have someone day in and day out with us to understand the city and our needs. So I feel like first we should consider doing an RFP for a communications plan from an organization that understands the city workings and has kind of a long track record of creating plans for us. Oh my gosh, I'm trying not to cough. So that we can kind of lead into and build that out, cater towards what we need, so that when we have the opportunity to have a full-time PIO in-house and the space for it, hopefully sooner rather than later, I think it'd be great to have someone that can kind of hit the ground running with the communications plans that's built by us and for us. So I do agree with a lot of the sentiment going on, but I think maybe there's like a baby step that needs to happen first before we move on to kind of eliminating and or adding some of these positions.
For opportunity, Stanislaus, can we visit the notes from when they came in 2024 and what sort of follow-up has been done since that meeting? Because that will be a good indicator of what type of work they've done when they were given the opportunity to do it.
We certainly can, and we can certainly invite them to a future meeting to give a presentation and be able to ask questions.
Thank you. And maybe it's me wanting to be an olive branch, but they have invited me to be on their board, though. Even with that, and this is totally off topic, but even with that, I do see some questions that need to be asked. So that'd be great to bring them back.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on to gas tax. So in gas tax, as we've talked about the declining revenues, we're staying pretty stagnant on what our revenues are being projected at. But of course, our expenditures are continuing to grow. So we do receive gas tax revenue through HUDA and RMRA, the SB1. It's funded by the state fuel taxes and vehicle fees. So in 25-26, there is a slight increase of less than 1% projected. These funds support street maintenance operations, and SB1 is in particular to infrastructure projects. At our last meeting, council did approve bringing our street sweeping in-house. So we will be adding a maintenance worker for the street sweeping. And another position that's been proposed is the electrical systems technician. And these two positions are both included inside the budget. The electrical systems technician would be shared across water, sewer, and streets. They would assist with our storm pumps, our water pumps, wells, any kind of electrical. Some of the cost would be offset where we will be decreasing what we're paying to a contract electrician that we're currently having to hire and do those works. So the gas tax fund deficit, there is an ongoing structural deficit due to declining revenues and rising material costs. Our projected shortfall for 25-26 is the $441,000, which will be covered by a general fund transfer, the subsidy. It's a 30% increase over the prior year. Any questions on gas tax?
No, just to note that we're going to it's going to continue to increase.
The subsidy.
Yes, and which means, yes, the subsidy is going to continue to increase as the reliability decreases throughout the state. So that is something that we're going to have to look forward to.
I don't know about look forward to, but okay, so now we'll go on to our sewer fund. So there is a 15% increase expected in revenues for our sewer fund, and then a 10.5% increase in expenditures. The revenue does come 99% from our user fees. And the increase is anticipated due to rate adjustments and trend and growth and our prior underestimates. So in 24-25, what revenue was projected was under, and so that's why there's such a that's one reason why there's a large increase there, because what we are seeing in our actual now is greater than what was budgeted for. Our expenditures are expected to rise 10.5%, and that's driven by our personnel changes, and that includes that additional position of the electrical systems technician, and we have some staff promotions. So our promotions are, we have one of our existing maintenance worker being promoted to senior maintenance worker. We have a promotion to a wastewater treatment plant maintenance technician 1 and a wastewater treatment plant operator 1. And the new position, as discussed earlier, the electrical systems technician. There was another position that was requested. It was a sewer equipment operator. And that position would be evaluated in future cycles. This particular position would assist in getting equipment and operating heavy equipment at our sites. If we have to pull something from the well and they're using, I am not good with terms of what kind of equipment, but like a tractor or a backhoe or something like that to pull equipment from there. Sorry. Our capital projects and equipment, we have included to purchase a backhoe that would be shared between sewer and water. 100,000 would be the sewer share. SCADA radio upgrades is 100,000. System repairs and upgrades just in general, 45,000. And then we have sewer line replacements, Sierra to Patterson in the alley from 1st to 8th. And Sierra to Stanislaus in the alley from 1st to 3rd. Both of these projects have been carried over from the current budget. Any question on sewer? Okay.
So no questions. Would you like direction at this time or just wait kind of till the end? If you want to kind of back up a little bit there. I think the only, I think for me, so most of council and obviously staff is aware that we are kind of limited with space. Can we kind of explain if we do move forward, the new electrical systems technician position that's being recommended, which I will support because it does reduce the contractor costs, right? That's always a plus for us. But I think Cody's still here. So maybe if you can kind of share as far as how much actual space do you guys actually have there available? How close are we to being tapped out? And that kind of plays a vital role in our decision up here as council and as staff. So.
Well, with the new courtyard building, we have approximately 4 cubicle spaces that are available, but we have our existing CNG building, the maintenance building, where the public works employees have their break room downstairs. There's a area upstairs that would need some HVAC and accessibility upgrades. And we could probably fit another 6 to 8 individuals upstairs there. So there would be some capital improvements that would need to take place. But yeah, I would say anywhere from 10 to 12 spaces available at the courtyard itself. Some of these positions are just promotional positions. So as far as field staff is concerned, it's relatively easy to manage.
And with these positions that are recommended, most of them are working out in the field. So really they're limited time that they would need in the office. Sometimes it's a shared computer to check their emails or to do a training. So they wouldn't necessarily need to have a dedicated spot.
Right. And just like the new part-time code enforcement, right, shifts kind of matter, the day shift versus a night shift or a swing shift, et cetera. So my recommendation would be to approve the electrical systems tech.
So we will move to our water fund. So in our water fund, we have projected an 8.1% increase. 98% of the revenue does come from our users, and the increase is driven by customer growth. There has been no rate adjustments in the water rates since 2019. And the fund is quickly eating up its reserves. So a rate study will be conducted this year. Expenditures are expected to rise 7.2% due to personnel costs and increased in services and supplies. So the personnel updates is we do have 1 promotion from a water utility worker to a senior water utility worker. And then a portion of the new electrical systems technician will be shared in water. And then we also have deferred a water equipment operator in the water fund as well. Capital projects, the backhoe is spoken of in the sewer, 100,000 for water to be shared with sewer. And then an annual annual well rehab of 85,000, hydrant meters and backflows, and then some fire hydrants. Any questions on water? Okay. So our last fund is our public benefit fund. So this fund supports public safety, so our police, code enforcement, and community benefit projects. Our revenues only have a slight increase of 1,000, and expenditures have a 2.2% or $14,000. Our current revenue sources are flavors, Canterize, and Off the Charts. All current agreements, including Arise, have expired and are due for renegotiations. So as you can see, there's only a slight increase in revenues and expenditures. That is all I have, so I'm happy to answer any additional questions or take any feedback.
I do just want to make a slight correction on Arise, only because I happened to pull up their agreement just right before the meeting. So sorry, Tammy.
No worries.
Theirs is actually structured as a 20-year agreement. So.
Until when?
So it started in 2022. So it would go through 2042.
Any council comments or questions?
Just one, Tammy, if you could back up just one slide there. Public benefit fund, obviously depleting. What year do we expect the general fund to pick up all of these expenses at this rate?
We have about 4 years.
Okay.
And I mean, hopefully when we get Rise on track with making their payments too, that will help elongate that time.
So just to clarify, Arise is the only one who's behind.
So we have not started collecting anything from them at this time.
Okay, since 2022.
Technically, since temporary occupancy was received, yes.
Any other council comments or questions? Just to go back to the water fund, we mentioned it wasn't reassessed since 2019. When do we expect to do the study?
So in this upcoming fiscal year, we'll be doing the RFP to get a consultant in to do that. So potentially by the end of this coming fiscal year.
So we may see an increase in not this next fiscal year, but maybe the year after.
Correct. Or at the end of the upcoming fiscal year.
Any other council comments or questions? Is this a public hearing? It is. No, but are there any public comments? There's a lot going on here. Thank you.
I just have a comment. I'm just feeling my name's Randy Richardson. I'm just feeling the pressure that a lot of you may have when it comes to growing a growing city, a city that's expanding. I see Riverbank, that there's really nothing going to hold it back, that there's a lot of changes coming. And it just breaks my heart that you guys are limited in space. And I know that a year ago, we had a conversation where the public felt like that you might be abandoning the old town of Riverbank when you start thinking about how it's growing outside on the other side of the tracks. And I just really want to come alongside it as someone that loves Riverbank, that you should dream outside the box and believe that, you know, you can set yourself up, because it's going to grow. It's just going to grow. It's inevitable, the city of Riverbank. And I would like to see the city in a place where they can have the space that they need to hire the help that they need, so that we're not contracting all kinds of contractors, and it just be a model for for the residents and the rest of us. I know some are going to fight against that. It's just, and it's all, you know, very passionate. I'm sure people believe it, but when you think about a city that's growing and expanding and becoming better and bigger, then I just hope that you guys can think about maybe on the other side of the tracks of having a real piece of property that you can build what you need. That's it. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Thank you. You state your name.
Gary Pearson, a resident of Riverbank. For the compensation study, how many job classifications do you have in the city?
We originally put the RFP out for 50. With some of these additional, we'll probably have 55 maybe.
Okay. And how do we compare with the region as far as our classification?
Could you speak into the mic so
Sure.
we can ask
far
all your
as the classi-
questions so we can
yeah.
hear the answer?
Yeah. As far as the classifications, how do we compare with the rest of the region?
That's exactly what the study will do. The study will take into consideration our surrounding areas and how our wages and benefits compare.
And that'll be a public document? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We had one more.
With that particular item, we did include the budget, but Tammy and our HR analyst will be bringing that item back for formal awarding of a contract so that we can begin that work.
Thank you. Could you state your name?
Yeah,
And-
my name is Juan Tellez, resident of Modesto. I'll be speaking on a later item. So hopefully my comments will help, but I think I didn't see it in the budget, but I think it'd be productive to add something around youth engagement, development of a youth council, that type of thing. So it doesn't have to go before council later to get approved for the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will be discussing youth council for sure later in the agenda. Any other public comment?
Mayor, we have one on Zoom. Phone number ending in 3108. Can you please unmute? Please state your name.
Evelyn,
Please go ahead.
I have a comment and a question. As far as moving City Hall somewhere else, I think something was brought up at a meeting way before this regarding a feasibility study to find out exactly what the damage would be to the existing commercial and residential down here to move it out. And I have not heard anything more about it. If you're going to do one, ignore it or what. The other question I have is on the cannabis thing over here. That thing is currently running, but they're not paying anything at all. I'm kind of confused why they haven't been paying anything. And also, I'd like to get more information, being downtown resident, as to how they're affecting us, and what they're coming out of there. I know they're shipping toxic waste out with a tanker truck. I wonder if you could put something more out to the residents, more information out rather than just nothing. Thank you.
So, we will provide information regarding the questions outside of the budget, but I think it'd be prudent to first address the budget questions. So, to clarify, the consideration for a city hall was to do a cost feasibility for different locations in downtown, since that was the most recent direction by council. Was there, am I missing something else regarding the budget? Thank you. But we will get information to you regarding your other questions. Any other public comment? Thank you. Can you just state your name?
This arise that you guys are talking about that you've been correcting, what is that?
Coughing into the mic. Sorry about that. Was that your comment?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll give you an answer. Would you mind?
So Arise is the cannabis business that's located at the former cannery site. And so they are a cultivation and manufacturing place for cannabis. So that one will be provided at a future date.
Thank you. Any other public comment? And did you have a comment? Oh, I didn't know if you raised your hand. Okay. Any online?
That is all, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to bring it back. There's no decision to be made tonight. The direction has been provided. What is the next step now for the budget?
So at our, I see, at our next meeting on June 24th, the budget will be presented to be adopted.
So we'll incorporate the recommendations that were made. I did receive 3 specific recommendations for the PLHA funding to be used towards Sierra House. That one does require a public hearing, so we will need to schedule that one for the July meeting date. But because I did receive specific direction from 3 council members, we will go ahead and program that plan amendment. So currently the PLHA funding is broken up amongst 4 different activities. We are required to make sure that 40% of the revenues stay for affordable workforce housing, which unfortunately Sierra House does not, doesn't fall within that category, but the balance, the 60% could be used towards Sierra House.
Thank you. So that is it for this item. Thank you.
I
Rach.
just wanted to, so for the community service resource officer, what is the difference between that and a deputy who can monitor traffic? So what would the difference between those two be?
Chief right now.
Chief right now.
And correct me if I'm wrong as you're walking up. I guess the difference is that there would be a focus on the community collaboration support, though they can be dispatched to different services, but
So when
please.
deputy, just a regular plain deputy and a community resource deputy. So a community deputy, resource deputy more focused on like community involved direct leads. So they're not stationed to a beat where they just get a call for service and respond. They have more time and flexibility to respond to issues around the city that it could be a lighting issue. It could be, trash cans or blight or, homelessness, different things where they have more time and to focus on creating a long lasting solution and creating partnerships to help then in turn hope that reduces overall crime is the idea
Not,
behind that.
not to have you repeat everything. Is your mic on?
Yes, am I close enough?
thank you.
Sorry.
Just
Yeah. So that's the main difference, eventually as, our calls for service increase, we will have to increase just standard deputies that can respond to calls for service. But our community resource deputies, they typically work during the day as well, because that's where most of these problems are occurring. So they do assist the other deputies when calls come out.
What's our current response time in Riverbank?
The last report I believe I put out, I think we're right under 3 minutes. I remember correctly from the end of your report.
And then what's the typical population per deputy are you seeing?
So, we always strive to have, 1 per 1,000 people, right? Is kind of like the goal, but that's kind of, it's a hard thing to find a finite answer to that. I wish it was just as easy as saying that simple, but I think that each community is different and you have to look at what's going on in our community. How's our community made up? How is our relationship with our community? And taking all those things in consideration. So we are planning for those things and, and I've talked to city manager as well, and we kind of forecast positions. So our community resource deputy, we figured was another good way to add another deputy to our service, but also fit the needs of our community.
Okay. I would like to see an additional deputy specific to help with the traffic, retail, more. I mean, obviously the community service officer is still in there, but supplementing with a full-time deputy.
so welcome back.
Yeah,
Thank you. For that. And maybe this constitutes a separate agenda item to discuss, where we are and as Chief Reinauer knows our community well as well, that we have that conversation about all of the nuances that he was mentioning. And any other comments, questions? Thank you. Thank you, Tammy, for all your work. Oh, okay.
I'm not leaving for that reason.
There was a vote, an informal vote for a break. So we are going to take a quick 10-minute recess and come back at 8:15. Now we will call this meeting back to order. We are now at item 11.2, resolution approving the execution and delivery of a construction installment sale agreement with the California State Water Resources Control Board to finance the Riverbank Regional Recycled Water Project Phase 1.
Now it's working. Thank you. All right, tonight, I will be presenting this item also. So tonight, staff is asking the city council to consider adopting a resolution approving the form of and authorizing the execution of a construction installment sale agreement with the California State Water Resource Control Board to finance a portion of cost of the Riverbank Regional Recycled Water Project Phase 1. So Riverbank Regional Recycled Water Project Phase 1, on December 13th of 2022, the City Council adopted Resolution 2022-138, which authorized the city to apply for financial assistance from the State Water Board, and Resolution 2022-141, which approved the project and made certain determinations under the California Environmental Quality Act. So the steps that we have taken is the city has applied for and been granted financial assistance from the State Water Board to finance a portion of the cost of the project. The city is proceeding to undertake the project, and when ready, will execute the agreement, which will enable the city to be reimbursed by the State Water Board for eligible expenditures related to the project. The city's repayment of amounts reimbursed thereunder will commence 1 year after the completion of the project. So the installment agreement has been reviewed by the city's bond council and is ready for approval. What does the resolution being considered accomplish? It approves the form of the installation sale agreement with the State Water Board and authorizes officers of the city to execute the agreement. As required by the State Water Board, it pledges net revenues of the city's wastewater enterprise to repay the installment payments due under the agreement. The pledge is on a parity with the city's existing wastewater enterprise obligations. The water project financing overview, the repayment amount up to $85 million for over 30 years with a 2% annual interest rate. Total repayment is estimated at $118 million. Start of repayment is 1 year after the project completion, and the funding source is the net revenues from the wastewater enterprise. The council approved rate increases beginning in January 2023, which will serve as a source of funding for this project. Project funding strategy, the funding source would provide approximately 61.5% of construction costs for the project, with the loss of the opportunity to obtain a grant via the FEMA Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities, BRIC. Which would have provided approximately $50 million in grant funds. The city will be exploring alternative sources such as the voter approved Prop 4 2024 bond measure for grants, and pursue potentially EPA WIFIA for additional low interest loans. That is the presentation. I do have bond counsel has joined us online through Zoom. If there's any additional questions regarding the agreement or any contents of the agreement. The approval tonight approves for the city manager to sign once we are ready to move forward with it. It does not obligate us to anything. It's only approval of the form at this time and the pledge of our net revenues if we move forward with that.
Thank you. Are there any council comments or questions as of right now?
I guess I'll start. One of the comments I want to make is, we continue to call this the Riverbank Regional Recycled Water Project, and I would like that name changed to remove the word regional, as it is not a regional recycle plant, as it is only for the city of Riverbank. I think, we're deceptive to people when we say it's regional because we don't have any other entities joining us on this recycle water project. Second, this only covers 65%. And while I realize, or I'm sorry, what? 61%. And while I realize that it doesn't go into effect until we build the project, but how are we going to build the project when we don't have the whole amount of what the project requires? I think we need to wait and look at how we're going to get that funding, or if there's another way to update our wastewater treatment plant. Is there other things that we can do? I just don't think that right now is the time to sign or put through for this installment agreement.
So I'd like to ask Cody, if you could come up, Cindy asked a question, is there something else that we can do? So if you can kind of, and this is going to be good information for residents, the state of our current infrastructure at our wastewater, and then current discussions with the state, if you can just kind of dive into those two.
Our facility, the technology is very, very old. The state has moved forward with a number of different measures to improve the groundwater quality in the state of California. They've started what they call their CV salts program, which focuses primarily on total dissolved solids, which is the salts that are in the water, as well as nitrates and other various nutrients. Our facility has no ability to treat either of those. As we move forward, the state is going to be implementing stricter guidelines for us to follow. So it's going to be in our best interest to move forward with a project now while we are on our own timeline versus the state coming in and telling us your treatment is not sufficient. You have, say, 5 years to update your facility to meet these water quality standards. So what we are trying to do right now is we are trying to get ahead of that. We recently, and I would say recently within the past month, had a meeting with the Regional Water Quality Control Board regarding the use of ponds 7, 8, and 9, which are our newest ponds that were installed in the early 2000s. The city applied for a report of waste discharge, which is the requirement when you're making a significant alteration to your facility. That was submitted and turned into the state, but the state never took that document and addressed it in our permit. So we're actually operating off of a permit from 1994. So over the last 30 years, the water quality standards have changed drastically. Technically, we are not allowed to use ponds 7, 8, and 9, and the state could come in and say, you can no longer use these. It was through no fault of our own. The state has actually said, we dropped the ball and we should have recognized that. And they're actively looking at reissuing a new permit for us with the additional standards in there. And that possibility is that at minimum pond 9 would not be usable by the city because of its close proximity to the river. Because we are within, I believe, about 220 feet of the Stanislaus River at pond 9. So the state feels that there's a direct influence in groundwater to the Stanislaus River through pond 9. So when we utilize that, our treated wastewater is essentially affecting the river is what the state is getting at.
Okay, so just a follow-up question here. So if we are hit, when these stricter guidelines do come in and say hypothetically the state is now forcing us to move this project forward, we would be looking at financial obligations in form of bonds, right? Higher interest rates, right? And those, what other options would we be forced into versus this timeline we're in now?
There's a number of different mechanisms for money. There's, and I apologize, I can't remember all of the acronyms for it, but there's iBank is one, and they're typically around a 5 to 7% interest rate. So right now with the state, we're getting approximately 2%. And EPA WIFIA is a relatively low interest rate. I believe they're between 2% and 4%. That is one option we're looking at. And KSN, our wastewater consulting engineer, is actively working with the state. We have a meeting coming up, I believe this Friday, with the state board, and we're going to about this topic here, as well as additional funding coming through Prop 4.
Thank you, Cody.
Thank you, Cody. I'd like to just make some additional comments. Just for the audience, I used to work for the city of Modesto for the sewer division, so I have some knowledge after 17 years of how sewer works, unfortunately, most of the time. I myself am putting together a feasibility study, looking at different things that we can do, and as I've researched them, I've looked at the city of Oakdale, who's done a tertiary plant. They've done it for about 13 million a couple of years ago. Sending our water to Modesto, about 28 million to get a pipeline to Modesto and send it to their huge $120 million, 20 million gallons per day recycle plant. Or just looking at doing some updates to our plant. Yes, our plant is old and it does need to be updated. But when you're looking at doing this recycle plant here, we're not looking at it being operational probably for another 5 to 10 years. So if the state comes in, we're still got a problem because we're not going to have it built in the next couple of years. So whatever we're going to do, we have to move forward. But in the next meeting, I will be bringing forward what I feel are some alternatives because the cost of this plant has gotten kind of out of control. Like I said, Modesto, like 7, 8 years ago, built a plant for 120 million for 20 million gallons per day. Ours is proposed to be 120 million now, but they haven't come back with the 60%, so who knows what it's going to be then, for only 2.9. And I just don't understand the discrepancy. I don't want to apply for a loan when we're not even sure that really this is the best way for us to improve our plant. There are several alternatives, and yes, we are in dire need to do it. But is this recycle plant really the best and least expensive to our citizens? I think we need to look at that and look at the different alternatives. There are different alternatives, and I'm sure Cody knows that. Some of them maybe can be done quicker. Some of them maybe can take as long. But looking at them will not do anything to our permit, but could reduce or not increase the sewer rates to our citizens. This loan, I don't see us executing this until we know what is the best way and the best for our citizens. And that's what I'm looking out for, is what is the best choice for our citizens. And personally, I don't think this is it, especially since we don't have $50 million that we lost a grant on. There's not a lot of people that are knocking on your door to give you $50 million. If they were, they'd be at my door. I'm a little concerned.
Thank you. Are there any other council comments at this time? Okay, so we are going to move to public comment. City Clerk, do you want to manage?
Mayor, we have quite a few for this item. Mr. Michael Christie in the audience?
I'm Michael Christie. I'm from Crossroads Riverbank. Over the last several weeks, since we found out we've lost the BRIC grant, there's so much comments about blaming the federal government, blaming the state government, but I just want to know what we can do as residents to support you guys and who we can reach out to and make phone calls. Every year in April, I write a big check to the federal government and to the state government as a self-employed business owner. And I'd just like to know who I can talk to in Sacramento. I feel like that it should start up there. I don't think it's up to Washington, D.C. to build our infrastructure. And so I would just like to know how we can get, excuse me. I'd like to know how we can get behind you guys and who we can contact, write, call, and visit. So going forward. And then also like to know, and maybe it's a question for Cody, how sustainable is our current system? I mean, we're gonna have, 250 apartments break ground sometime this year, maybe, more houses possibility. I mean, how much more can our system handle? And I may don't have the answer for that right now, but gosh, I've been here since 2007 and I'd sure would like to come home to a backed up sewer system, And, thank you very much.
Thank you. We will come back to answer questions at the end. I'm making note of them.
Mr. Pearson?
Gary Pearson, City of Riverbank resident. I see the significant cost of this project, 120 million. It's a very high cost for a tertiary system, as a city council member Cindy Fossey pointed out. It's a high cost. I think we have other alternatives. I also see with the uncertainty of funding for this wastewater treatment project, securing grants from the feds is going to be nearly impossible. I read with interest about the federal EPA Water Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act grant. And if you listen to current administration in DC, they're cutting as many things as possible, including the EPA. So stay tuned. The wastewater project still has to cross over the Stanislaus River. History proves that the crossover pipe has failed on several occasions. What are the contingency plans if failure occurs? During the development of this project, I do not see a contingency plan, at least the documents I've been able to access. I would recommend city staff go back to the project engineers and garner a clearer picture of what this contingency plan looks like. And engineers can design many things, all kinds of things, but failure does occur. For example, hydraulic water pressure is a difficult thing to measure and test under varying conditions. You can model 10,000 cubic feet per second down the Stanislaus, but when and if you get 15,000 cubic feet per second down the Stanislaus, you can't model it and the impacts. I could tell you that 15,000 cubic feet per second will take out that wastewater pipe. Anyway, I would also urge city planners to look at additional ways to reduce the overall cost, and that's called value-added engineering, as I've commented before. There are other contingencies to consider. And frankly, the proposed Riverwalk project, what's the impact of that project? Because it's supposed to connect to this wastewater treatment facility, and I'm not sure you have enough capacity. Those are my comments. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Ms. Danielle Banning?
Hi, my name is Danielle Banning. I am a resident here in Riverbank. Upon hearing about this water waste treatment facility, I also had some similar concerns as our Vice Mayor, Cindy Fossey. I am a single mom raising a daughter here in Riverbank, and so I account for every penny that leaves my paycheck and exactly what bill it goes to. So to hear that we only have 60% of what is 60% figured out is really concerning to me. To hear that maybe it's going to be a loan or maybe we get it from somewhere else, that could and most likely affect the rates that the residents here in Riverbank are going to see, really affects my household and where every one of my pennies goes to. I would rather be spending my extra money on Riverbank Youth Baseball and Softball Association and not on sewer rates. I hear that it's a dire need. And if there's anything I've learned over my entire life is that making a decision out of a dire need in an instant doesn't normally turn out well. I think that there are other options. I think that Vice Mayor Fossey has come up with just a couple off the top of her head this evening that all sound like maybe they could be better options. Maybe they're not, but we won't know until we look. So for me, as a single mom who has to, still want to provide for my daughter to play the T-ball game, to sign up for other Riverbank activities here within our community. I'd rather be putting my hard-earned money and every penny that I account for back into our community that way, rather than on a rash decision because of something that we're considering a dire need. Although passing it today doesn't mean we have to make a decision. I think there's other and better ways to look before we make that decision to go forward with something that is on paper 61.5% figured out. I wouldn't make a decision for me and my family with only having 61.5% of it figured out if I had other options to look at in the meantime. I think that, like Vice Mayor Fossey said, there's other options. There's other things that we can compare to. And if this ends up being the best decision and we have to incur those charges, so be it. But I think that it would be a huge injustice to the residents here in Riverbank to make that decision right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Melissa McKay?
Hi, my name is Melissa McKay, and I'm the lead pastor over at our New Life Community Church on Estelle behind Misters. And I just wanted to say that, kind of echo what Ms. Banning had said, that we don't want to make rash decisions. If there's other avenues that we can explore before making a final decision, I think it's very important that we look at all avenues before spending this huge amount of money. I get that we might have to spend that amount of money, but I think it's very responsible to look at all aspects of all other options just to make sure that we're making the right decision. So if it's a matter of, you know, you say yes today and then we're going to be in debt for 120, you know, then I would just say wait at least until you're able to explore the other options and then make your decision. Go ahead.
Mr. Eddie Cuellar?
Eddie Cuellar, resident of the city. Back in 1920 or 2022, things were different. We applied then for that $80 million fee to pay with the grants coming in. That's not available in 2025. Ask yourself a question. If you were considering buying a house in 2022, would you still consider to buy it today? Probably not, because the prices are higher, the interest rate's higher. It's not a good time to be doing that. At the same thing, it's not a good time to be starting a project that we're going to be paying almost $50 or $50 million more than we started out when we looked at this. So I think we should listen to the options that we have. I know I spoke to Ms. Fossey a couple months ago about the same topic, and she suggested to think about tying in with Modesto. That's a very viable option. Also, I definitely agree with her about let's renew our plant. Let's look at what the plant has. I've worked at water plants before down in San Diego. I know what they take to upgrade. Yeah, it might cost 30, 40, $50 million, but that's a heck of a lot less than what you're asking us to pay for on this. And like the lady before me said, we're on fixed incomes. We're all limited on our budgets, on our money. We don't got extra money to be given to our taxpayers for something that doesn't really need to be done without being looked at closely. Thank you.
That is all I have in the audience, and then I have a couple on Zoom, unless there's someone in the audience that wants to make a comment. Olivia?
Good evening, Mayor Hernandez, Vice Mayor, council members. This particular item has come up here a few different times. I've spoken on it both, not always correctly, but I have spoken on this item before. With our bills increasing. I mean, back when I moved here, it's been a minute, but my bills have tripled for my water and my sewer. And I'm doing that for 2 residences here. It's a lot of money, especially when one of the residences we're not even in there very often. So I can just imagine how it is for people who are on that income, that budgeted income, or senior citizens, or people who are in different households where that's coming in even less. I think it hits us all. I know that there were some items that Vice Mayor Fossey had talked about doing this study, and I appreciate that you are taking the time to do that, to see what the other alternatives could possibly be, at least so we can see what's out there, what we can try to do to make this more affordable, because I know that I'm not the only one who's going to be hit by this. It's our whole community. Nobody wants to get raises in their, on their bills, of course, especially for something like this. I may not live long enough to see this thing be built. I don't know, but that's just something I want to make sure that we are just really looking at all of the other alternatives, because it is something that is very costly for our city. I know we're growing, but if we have other alternatives, just please take a look at that. And just thank you for doing that, Vice Mayor, and for getting that study together. And I hope we really look at what's there and see if there's alternatives that are cheaper and more affordable. Thank you.
Then we had one more. Please come up. And please state your name.
Mayor, council members, my name is Janet Reyes. I'm a Riverbank resident, and I'm here to respectfully urge the council to reconsider the timing of the 85 million state loan proposed for the regional recycled water project. I want to be clear, I'm not against the project itself. I understand the long-term environmental and infrastructure benefits it may offer, but I do believe that this is not the right time to move forward with such a large financial commitment, especially one that will lead to sewer rates more than doubling in just a few years. Right now, families like mine and those that have spoken are already struggling to make ends meet. The cost of living is rising across the board: groceries, gas, rent, utilities, etc. For many residents, an increase from 49 to over 109 over a month in sewer bills by 2027 is just not manageable. These are not small changes, they're major impacts on household budgets. I urge the council to pause and pursue more grant funding or alternative financing options before locking the city into this level of debt. We all want clean water, sustainability, and strong infrastructure, but those goals shouldn't come at the expense of affordability for the very people you are serving. Please consider delaying the loan approval, conducting a deeper review of non-loan funding options. Give residents some breathing room, and give the city time to explore every possible alternative. Thank you, and thank you for serving your community.
Is that all the comment in the audience? Okay. We have two on Zoom. Ms. Agers, can you please unmute?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Jamie Agers commenting. First, I'd like to commend Councilmember Fossey for bringing or attempting to bring the feasibility study back before the council. I think it's in the best interest of the Riverbank ratepayers to consider this option of possibly connecting to Modesto, which wasn't considered when the project first became before the council. I have two comments on the item. First, a question about the, it's kind of a justification in the staff report for this moving forward with this agreement. And the justification is pointing out how in the 2021 strategic plan, there's a couple of areas in that plan that help justify signing this agreement. And I question that because the 2021 strategic plan is basically outdated, because your next agenda item on your council agenda tonight is to approve a new strategic plan. So that's one concern. The second concern is the staff report really doesn't address why it's critical that this item be approved now. Is it because, if you don't sign it by some date certain, will the ability to get the financing expire if you don't sign it, soon? There's some question about the project being in flux a bit with looking at a feasibility study and so on. So why is it critical that the agreement be signed now? That's the only other concern that I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ayers. Ms. Rosaba, can you please unmute?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, sorry, one second. Um, I'm a resident here at Riverbank, and I've been listening to the different opinions, and I really wanted to say that I appreciate Councilmember Fozzie for looking at other options, and I do think that it's really important that we do wait to make a decision, especially when people and patients, and sorry, I'm in the medical field, so it's um, I just think it's really difficult for families to survive right now, and I think any added cost at this point in time would be very difficult for people to either have to determine whether they want to pay for their food or medications versus paying their water bill. And I think that that's something that you should really consider and just always keep, I understand that this might have to be a change that might be done in the future, but I think that if there's other options and that you're able to look into it, I think that would be the best choice, in my opinion. And I think I had a lot of things that I wanted to say, but actually a lot of the people already mentioned them, and I'm thankful for everybody that spoke up and that that you are looking into other options. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Garraza, if you can please unmute.
Yes, I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on just, agreeing with everyone that has, basically asked for the council to, basically proceed with caution, especially with Vice Mayor Fossey's, expertise with having the background of understanding, the cost of everything and just wanting to, ask the council to, before making any financial decisions that will affect the residents for decades, just to make sure that, it's clearly explained for the cost difference and with, the studies that will be done so we know which decision would be best for the city and, to share how these future rates will be impacted since current state right now is very difficult for many people and just to make sure to engage the community through outreach and public input. So let's just make sure that whatever is decided, it's made responsibly, affordably, and just transparent. So thank you.
Mayor, that is all on Zoom.
Thank you. Sé que hay algunas personas aquí que hablan español. Si quieren decir algo sobre este asunto, me gustaría que... Okay. Si pueden decir su nombre, how would you like to proceed with translation? One second.
I'm gonna do it in
sorry.
English.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. So my name is Sofia, resident from Riverbank. And the reason I'm here today is on behalf of all my people that I serve, especially my Hispanic people that don't want to come close to offices like this. Every day I hear I call them, let me call them participants. I hear my participants telling me that they don't have money to buy food. And that's why I'm here to help them. But then their bill is getting, like bad. And sometimes I find them I send them referrals where they can go and they can help them pay some bills. But I just don't think it's a good time right now, just because we're going through a lot also. So I wish I can bring them all here, but they don't want to come out. Thank you.
Mayor, we do have Wordly available for translation. Unfortunately, we can't translate for anyone.
We can't translate live. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, they can use Wordly on their phone.
Marilu Ruiz, and I'm here for the same reason that Sophie and I want to go for the community. I work with my community. I work with members of the community, and all time I see the necessities of the people. The people come to me. I don't have money for the bill. I don't have money for pay my rent. I don't have money. And I know that it's very important, this project, but I think it is not time. It's not time for the community. We don't have money for food. We don't have money for pay our bills. So I'm here to to advocate for all the family who live in Riverbank. Thank you.
If there are no more comments, I have some written comments that were sent in.
Okay, are there any other public comment here in person? Okay, we will go to the written comments.
We did receive 3, and I'll begin with the first one, short and sweet. It's from resident Ashley Mayberry. I am a Riverbank citizen, and I am asking you to please not take any loans. Thank you. Dear Riverbank City Council, this is from Mr. Damon Mayfield. I hope this message finds you well. I am writing as a concerned Riverbank resident to respectfully urge the council to reconsider its plan to take out a substantial loan for a new water treatment facility. While I fully recognize the importance of investing in a safe and modern infrastructure, I am deeply concerned about the long-term financial implications of a loan of this magnitude. Such a substantial increase to the already high. Since buying my home, I've only seen the sewer rates increase, and passing such a burden onto the residents of this city would only drive those rates even higher. We all want safe water and reliable infrastructure, but we must also ensure that we're making financially responsible choices that don't overburden the residents of the city. I ask that you pause this decision and explore all available options before moving forward with a loan of this size. Thank you for your time, your service to our community, and your consideration of this statement. And then the last one is from Ms. Beatriz Saravantes. Hello, council members and mayor. Not long ago, during discussions around the proposed tiny housing community, many voiced concerns about families who are just one paycheck away from homelessness. That same urgency applies to the decision before you now. This 30-year loan raises significant concerns about long-term impacts on our community, especially the most vulnerable. With no guarantee against future utility rate increases, how can we ensure that we are not adding to the burden of those already struggling? The utility rate increase from January 2023 has already had a substantial effect on residents living on fixed incomes, such as seniors, individuals with disabilities, and low-income families. Rising utility costs are more than just a budget line item. They are a direct threat to housing stability. Utilities are not optional. They are essential to the health, safety, and dignity. Yet if someone falls behind, they receive a 3-day shut-off notice. That is not sustainable, and it is not compassionate. If this loan does move forward, I strongly urge the council to include or develop a utility assistance program specifically for residents on fixed or low incomes. Without such a safeguard, we risk undermining our own goals around homelessness prevention and community stability. Lastly, this loan only addresses part of the funding needed, covering this over 61% of the construction costs. There are still additional loans to be secured. It is critical that we take a transparent look at the long-term financial impact on ratepayers before making a commitment of this scale. Thank you. That is all, Mayor.
Thank you, everyone. Is there one last call for public comment? All right. We are going to bring this item back to the council. Are there any other further questions or comments from the council?
Did we have a chance to answer everybody's question?
We did not, so
So if we could do that
thank
first,
you.
and then I have a bunch of other questions as well.
Thank you.
So just to clarify on one of the questions with regards to timing, as you might recall during the presentation, it authorizes the execution, but it doesn't require us to execute at this point in time.
And remind me if I'm correct, we would have a 5-year timeline, is that correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
And in that 5-year timeline, Prop 4 would be an option. There would be other options for as far as grant funding from the state, because the federal, we have no idea what's kind of going on there, right? And then the WIFIA at the lower rates, all of those we can kind of explore. I do have more questions, so I'll hold it at the end.
There was another question about why now? I guess simply put.
So why now? Because we are at the point where we have worked with the State Water Board based on the application that we submitted back in 2022. That was approved by the City Council back at that time to submit for funding. And so based on the timeline that the state has set and the approval of the project on their end and being included in what's called their intended use plan, this was the timing that they've set for completion of sort of the documents that we needed in order to qualify for the funding itself. So just a reminder for some of our residents and our newer council members, we actually initiated this project with regards to the feasibility studies on the potential use of that recycled water back in 2020. So since then, we have had multiple workshops, public hearings, particularly with regards to the environmental analysis that was prepared, as well as the rates needed to support being able to apply for some of these programs, such as the State Water Board SRF loan and the WIFIA program. At that point in time, you have to show that you can support all of that loan funding, and grant funding would just kind of be a bonus, where we would then be able to come back and reevaluate rates to make sure that they're sufficient enough to just cover the loan funding versus grant. So the rates were set at a level to be able, that contemplated 100% of that being funded through loans.
And if you could remind me, a refresher for me, when we did that assessment, did we know what the percentage of that loan payback was?
Not at that point in time. There was just assumptions made with regards to what the interest rate might look at.
What the market
for-
was?
Correct.
maybe?
For some of the other loans. For SRF, it's pretty much a flat 2% no matter what.
So it was based off market loans, not the state.
Correct.
revolving?
So a
Okay.
portion of it coming from SRF and then a portion coming from whether it be bonds or some other loan financing.
And at that
alternatives.
time, what was the loan amount going to be for the full project?
So we were looking at a full project of $90 million. And then we decided to scale that back to phase one, which was 83 million.
And just for full transparency, the project's now at 124 million.
Yes, that's correct.
Approximately 124 million. And as to one of the gentlemen spoke, value engineering is a huge key to the development of the project, and it will be visited in the later phases of design. We're at approximately 50% now, 60% should be completed by end of summer. So once you get more towards the 90 to 100% range is when you begin the value engineering and you have those engineers' estimates dialed in, then you start looking at ways to cut cost. Also, it should be shared too. I just lost my train of thought. I'll come back to that.
What's this related to? Just, I was gonna ask other questions, but.
No, just kind of a follow-up there.
I remember.
Us being, go for it,
I
since you
my
remember.
thought.
Yeah, go for it.
Since the rate increases and the rate study has taken place and that original engineer's estimate of 85 to 90 million, construction costs have gone up exorbitantly. So that's where you're seeing all of these increases in costs is strictly due to construction and cost of materials. We're seeing it across the board in all of our projects that we do.
So I'll ask before I forget my question. Us being so far into the process with all the engineer plans that you just mentioned, us almost to 60%, the 5 million-ish that we've put into that, that's going to be reimbursed. Did that play a role in us, what are we calling it? This sale agreement that we're going to be voting on today? Did that play into that for them to allocate this kind of money?
Yes, the development of the project and actually getting it to the 60% range has increased our ability to apply for funding. So as we progress through the design phase, it gives them a more accurate number of actual project costs and what the project entails. So the whole process beginning back in 2020, actually, I think even before with the recycled water planning grant that the state gave us was what, 2017, 2018, I believe. We started back then. And to your point, Ms. Fossey, we did look at other alternatives to, let's say, even adding to or adjusting the existing treatment system, and it wasn't economically feasible. And we have those studies available for review too, if anybody would like to see those.
And I think we even explored the option of connecting to Modesto.
I can't speak to that point, but.
Right, and I think there was internal conversations. We've explored that several years ago. being at their whim, what they were willing to accept, being in full control of that was not a positive, we'll say.
Any other?
Yeah, do we know the percentage of the shut-off notices for water bill of Riverbank?
So the water bills aren't necessarily associated with the sewer rates. They're
it's
really
separate.
related to payment. Yeah, it's just a utility bill as a whole, so.
And do we have a utility assistance program?
We do have a utility assistance program that services our seniors and those that are permanently disabled.
So if what I'm hearing is that everyone is concerned with the rates, which they are concerning, especially for those on fixed incomes. So I kind of want to take it back a little bit and kind of break things down because this is a scary number when you look at it on paper. But what is the immediate impact to sewage rates in approving this today? And currently, previous council passed a scaled increase or slow increase in sewer rates. And you can tell me, because I don't know off the top of my head, when the next rate that's already been approved by previous council is going to take effect and how many more approved rate increases people will see regardless of whether we say yes or no today. So what does that look like for our residents currently?
So we do have an approved rate increase that will go into effect for the January 1st billing. So it won't service, that will be the billing that will provide service from January 1st through February 28th. So they'll see it in their March 2026 bill. And then in January 2027, there will be the very last of the approved rate increases. And so they'll see that on the March 2027 bill.
So we already have approved rate increases that will take effect unless something else comes about, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So with this loan, what are we looking at as far as people's utility bills and when?
So with the 2027 rate, and let me bring up our current approved rate structure here.
Just while you're bringing that up, I just want to comment that the rates that we're looking at now were based on 80-some million dollars in the cost of a building. Is that not correct? They were based on 83 million, which now it's up to 112 million. And they won't take effect for probably 5 years because we have to wait till construction is complete before the loan is starting to be due. Correct?
Correct. So in January of 26, rates will increase to $95.12. They're currently at $81.30. And then in January of 27, they'll increase to $109.39 and from the $95.12.
And then at that point, we would reevaluate based on this current.
Based on current financing that has been obtained for the project, based on current operations, we typically would recommend that rates be revisited every 5 years, regardless if you're looking at financing or not. That's what we're recommending for our water rates, which once again, not associated with this particular item, because the last rate increase we had was back in 2019.
So we're going to experience rate increases regardless. So hypothetically, in 3 years or 2 years, when we reevaluate these studies, there can be more programs available to us. We can find additional funding. The yes today just gives us the opportunity to get the project started, find more funding, and then irregardless, the rates are still going to increase.
We would make the assumption that yes, based off of that.
So I think I'm going to repeat a lot of things because just to clarify in my own head. So 3 years ago, council approved rate increases on the premise that the project was at 83 million. In 5 years, when we're due to start paying back these loans, we're going to have to reassess at the new rate or the new project cost, which right now is at 124. Right now we've invested about 6 million, and I take copious notes through I have 4 years of notes here on council meetings. The conversation was, once we get these grants, we're going to be able to reassess these rates to be able to kind of take a step back for the ratepayers. I think right now, from what I'm hearing as well, the question is not, do we need or do we support this project? Is this the right time to build this project and to move forward with this level of funding that will cover only 61% with no solid plan yet on the remaining 39 million-ish. I think we're asking residents to take on a lot of unknown at this time with it was mentioned at the federal level, at the state level we're just seeing a lot of in the media back and forth going on with funding. I think that if we take a look at, and this is not saying one thing or the other at this moment, but if we take a look at other projects or other routes for our wastewater, I mean, we're not going to sign anything. We're going to negotiate for our residents, and because we need to operate in what's the best interest for our residents. I want to get enough information to to make a better decision, so we don't have like a timeline with endless surveys and studies still. My intention is to have the best possible outcome with the information we have, and there's just so much unknown. But what I do know is that these rates are increasing because of this project, and it doesn't feel like the right time to do this. And so I want to consider other possibilities for what our wastewater treatment can look like, have those studies and surveys that I think you mentioned were done come to the public and just not make a decision right now on this loan. And so that's where I'm at this moment. Are there any other public or council comments or questions?
Okay, so let's see kind of where I go with this one. So the goal of the council has always been, we understand we have old infrastructure, right? And we do understand that the state has the ability to force us to do it anyways, right? So that's already been agreed to, right? If the state forces us to do it, we could be locked in at a 5 to 7% rate because we would have no control over that, right? And so then our goal of trying to keep the rates low goes out the window. And from a 2 to a 7%, to me, that's more than I'm willing to do. I understand that this is the most expensive cost that I've been a part of in the city. I don't want to do it, but we have to, right? And so what is the way to do it? Yes, the brick grant is gone. We're not counting on that, but there are other options that we just passed here in the state of California with Prop 4 that is structured specifically for this. So if we move with this, which has already been allocated at the 2%, and we focus on the Prop 4, which is opening up in July, and we do a huge push for that, that's funding that we're going to get for free. Is it going to be 50 million? Probably not, right? But it will take a huge chunk of the costs, right? And so that's from the 61. Who knows what that bring us to, right? We're trying to get to the 100. Then we do have the WIFIA option, which is lower than the iBanks, which is at 5 to 7. The WIFIA is 2 to 4. So that's still a lower option. Again, we can be forced into this. And so we're trying to do the right thing. I can guarantee you nobody on this council wants to raise rates. We all have to pay the rates. I don't want to pay them. The comments of the Hispanic community, I hear it constantly, and I communicate to the best of my ability in Spanish and try to explain to them, why I've made this decision to get us to the point of being at almost 60% and trying to move forward and seeing all the options and just trying to understand the outcomes for everybody. And so Cody, so I know you weren't here 2017 when I wasn't even here in 2017. So when that option of exploring all of the options, right, was I think it was Michael that was probably here. You guys explored that. Maybe it makes sense to explore it again now, but like you said, infrastructure costs are through the roof, right? And so maybe the costs are going to be around the same as 2017 when that was explored, or maybe it's going to be even more. I don't know what that looks like. I think moving forward with assessing the other options in the current year does make sense, and we can do that, but having the ability to lock in and have that window of 5 years to lock in the other funding at the lowest rate that I've seen, 2%, I think makes the most sense, right? So remember, when we assess the rates, it was at that market value, right? So it was at the 5, 6, or 7, whatever the rate was. So we lock in the 2%, we take in a big chunk of the, right, 61%. We start getting some Prop 4 funding that takes in another chunk. Those are zeros right there if we start getting grants, right? So those are zeros. Once we get close to that 100%, we reassess it. We don't have to wait the 5 years to reevaluate the fees, because the goal has always been to bring it back down as soon as we can. I don't want to wait 5 years. I'll make the referral as soon as the time is right. If it's next week, then let's bring in the referral. Let's drop the rates as soon as we can. As soon as all that funding is locked in, good to go, we know what the actual number is, reassess the rates the next day. So that's where I'm at. That's kind of my full thing. So I'll leave it there.
When Modesto built their recycle plant, just for the public to understand, they did get RSF loans at 2%. Those are always available. It's not something that's going to go away if we don't sign up today. They are always available for water projects. So if we don't move forward today, that doesn't mean we're not going to get it. Okay. And when we're ready, I do have a motion. Should I go ahead and do the motion?
I just have a question.
Yeah.
So if we were to say yes today, hypothetically say yes, is there a possibility to still look at other avenues? And if we do get the grant, or we look at Vice Mayor's alternative options, can we pull out of this loan process?
Yes, as we mentioned, saying yes today doesn't commit us to signing the agreements. So if you do approve that today, I had already written myself an internal note that we would bring back a workshop for City Council by our engineers to discuss what some of that history was. You know, hearing Mayor Hernandez's concerns about wanting more information, to be able to have those discussions about what we have done in the past and what has been evaluated and sort of what has led us to this point, so that members of the public can receive that information as well, and then be able to discuss exploring alternative opportunities during the time while we're also looking at other financing sources for the project as it currently is.
So would there be a need to add a contingency on our yes today for 11.2, or can we just do a yes and then still continue to visit those? Because in that type of workshop, I would like to see how our current rates match up with what the loan payment would look like and what they're paying, to kind of see what that looks like, to see if there is an opportunity to even put a minor decrease of rates in, even if we were to say yes and then ended up with that loan payment.
We actually had that discussion with our financial consultants, Bartle Wells Associates, because in order to apply for WIFIA, you actually have to do a 40-year pro forma. So it looked at rates 40 years out and what those would need to look like if we were going to apply for them. Once again, the rates that we looked at in 2022 that were approved assumed 100% financing, 0 grants. The reason for that is that grants are never secured. So we wanted to make sure that we set the level of those rates at a point where we would be able to sustain the repayment of those loans. So whether it was low interest loans or looking at bonds, those are sort of the rates that we went with at that point in time. But we can certainly bring back both the component of looking at the engineering and the work that has been done in the past, and then looking at the pro formas by being able to have our financial consultants here who prepared that, and being able to go over those with city council.
My question would be, when you set up this workshop, as I've done research regarding what has been discussed with Modesto, I have found that those discussions were not with the Director of Public Works or the Director of Utilities with the city of Modesto. However, they were with a city council member who does not have working knowledge. So if we were to have this workshop and consider other alternatives, would the Director of Utilities for Modesto have that opportunity to come in and talk to us? Because I have talked with him and I'm not hearing anything that you've said from him.
So at that point, we would not consider that because we wouldn't be discussing specifically that project. And I will say that Cody personally talked with the director. And so did Michael Rydell, our previous Public Works Director, only because I was the one who initially received the phone call from him specifically. And then I referred him to, of course, my experts, which would be Cody and Michael at that point in time.
I know this is a big question, but what would bonds look like? And would it be it feels like it would be a more public conversation back and forth and having input from residents at that point.
So bonds would require that we go out to the market, and it's whatever the market is doing at that point in time. So the benefit of them being issued on behalf of the city is that those that purchase the bonds would get them at tax exempt rates. So any interest that they earn from our repayments would be tax exempt for their purposes.
Any other council comments or questions?
From what I'm hearing from the comments, I would like to propose a motion to postpone this item until a review of cost feasibility study with regional partners is considered and/or a full financial plan from the recycled water plant by the consultant is reviewed. That's my motion.
I'll second that. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Uribe?
No.
Councilmember Pimentel?
No.
Councilmember Call?
No.
Vice Mayor Fossey?
Yes.
Mayor Hernandez?
Yes.
Motion fails.
So I know staff kind of recommended us not making the motion to kind of include all of the stuff that we've been discussing, but I'm going to include that because I think that is important, what Cindy has brought up. Times have changed, right? Costs have changed. So it is worth looking into it. So I'll make a motion to approve item 11.2 and then adding in the, what are we going to call this? The just kind of exploring other options. Is that?
Exploring the feasibility options.
Okay, exploring a feasibility option.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Uribe?
Yes.
Councilmember Pimentel?
Yes.
Councilmember Call?
Yes.
Okay, Vice Mayor Fossey?
Could you repeat the motion again? I blinked out for a second.
So the motion would be approval of item 11.2, which is the resolution approving the execution and delivery of the construction installment sales agreement while bringing back and exploring the feasibility of other options.
Step away from this if we see something else.
I don't know. I have a feasibility study request that I am bringing to the next council meeting, which would cover these options. But I'm concerned about saying yes today to not get a yes in 2 weeks. So I'm conflicted on what I want to do. I want to listen to our citizens who want to have more information and look at different options. But I understand why we want to go ahead and approve the loan. So I'm conflicted on what I want to do.
Vice Mayor, you can abstain from the vote if you'd like
And
to.
I think I will abstain because I don't agree. I don't, I'm sorry.
Still a no. Okay. Mayor Hernandez?
Yeah, I think I feel the same sentiment. Would you be willing to amend your motion to be a little more detailed around what the exploring the possibilities are?
I think it's everything we kind of discussed with Maricela, everything that everybody was kind of, asking for as far as data, information.
So the workshop
Just
would be included.
The
as
workshops
yeah.
include, all of it is included, right? There has been from 2017 to now. Let's explore it.
I'm sorry, but that doesn't include looking at other opportunities that possibly would be from Modesto or any upgrades that could now happen. I mean, it's been since 22, maybe there's other options.
I think that is included in exploring other options. That would be included in there. So
I really think the city of Modesto is a viable option. I've been having discussions with them with the concerns that were brought up when I brought the feasibility study before, and they have no concerns about taking our water for several 20 years, 30 years. They have a commitment that they'll take only what we want to send so we keep our groundwater. I mean, these are all things that will be in my presentation, but I've talked with them and I've heard what you said. And so I think it's a viable option. I really, 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 really don't like $112 million project for 2.9 MGD. When I look at the city of Modesto that built their recycle plant for $120 million for 20 MGD, why is there such a difference? That's 18 MGD. That would be our output in 2300. I mean, I don't understand how our costs could be so different.
If I may, I understand that Modesto's is simply a tertiary facility at the Jennings Road plant. It's not a primary or secondary treatment facility. Is that correct? You have the primary and the sedimentation at the Sutter plant.
Mayor, I want to caution against additional comments that are going back and forth with the motion on the floor.
Noted. Yes, I'm torn as well, and because of the input from the community, I'm going to vote no on this motion.
Motion passes 3-0.
Thank you.
Sorry, 3-1.
All right. 11.3, resolution approving the City of Riverbank 2025 to 2030 strategic plan.
Mayor and council, so on May 19th, the city council had the opportunity to all gather together with city staff to go over the previous strategic plan and develop a new strategic plan to ensure that the city was going to be able to move forward with the goals and strategies of this new seated council. So Kendall Flint, our consultant with DKS Associates, is joining us via Zoom today and will provide the report on this item.
Thank you very much and good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I do have a presentation. I'm assuming that we're going to see that. There we go. Okay. And if you can move to the next slide, that'd be great. As you know, we had an opportunity to actually meet twice. I think that both sessions were actually extremely productive, and I really want to thank the council for all of the great work that went into that, as well as staff, because I think it really did show a unified front in terms of the things that were most important. Next slide, please. As you know, we met for several hours on both, and we wanted to make sure that we were looking at the existing mission, vision, and values, and also reassessing the goals that had been previously set by other councils. So this is a new strategic plan that has new priorities that were really developed by this group. And so I'm going to go over tonight what the highlights were of that. And then if we can take any other comments that you might have about adjustments or changes, we can certainly address those. Let's start with the mission statement. The mission statement was basically the City of Riverbank's mission is to provide high-quality professional services and a safe, family-oriented community for our diverse residents to thrive. We actually put a little nod in there for diverse. So that was a new thing. When you look at the vision statement, The vision statement, again, this is looking down the road. Riverbank is a regional leader in sustainable development, offering a unique, culturally diverse, safe, and welcoming community with a thriving downtown, recreational opportunities for all ages and abilities. Abilities was added by this council, and sustainable economy, collaborating with local and regional partners. And that's something thematically you'll see throughout the plan, is the idea of that kind of collaborative effort, working not only with other agencies, but with sort of non-traditional agencies you might think in terms of education and other pieces. Next slide, please. Core values, integrity, transparency, collaboration, diversity, respect, accessibility, innovation, responsiveness, and accountability. And these are basically the core values that you would expect to see not only from our council, but from staff when working with members of the public and working with other agencies. Next slide, please. Now we'll go through the goals. There are 8 of them. I won't read all of them, but they'll give you a highlight. First of all, enhancing city facilities as well as organization. One of the things the council really wanted to prioritize was trying to figure out a way to identify funding or look at the possibility of a new city hall facility. And that's not only just for having something brand new and shiny, but because we have additional staff and additional services that are being provided by staff. So we want to have a more modern and a better utilization of the facilities that are used for that purpose. So the idea here is really to look at undervalued properties or underutilized properties to see if there might be some things that you already own that you can maximize, and then talk about looking for ways to improve the facilities that you already have. Next slide, please. Next slide.
Sorry, Kendall, we got stuck a bit, so if you give us
That's okay. You guys are doing great. It was such a full meeting. Oh, hello.
We're at hour 3.5, so I think it's a little upset at us.
I
right
gotcha.
now.
I gotcha. There was also taking a look at hiring and staffing policies, including a class and compensation study. And that's something that most agencies do every 3 to 5 years, just to make sure that it's the right, the folks are being paid the appropriate amount of money for the position that they hold, and then taking a look at what the needs are of the city and how you can best maximize that human capital that you're having out there. Another thing that was discussed is really exploring the potential impact of adopting a charter, becoming a charter city as opposed to a general law. This changes the way that some of the operations of the city take place, and it basically is a management choice about how you sort of align the day-to-day operations of the city and the way that the council actually conducts its business. So if you go to the next slide, improving public communications was also a highlight. There's a number of discussions, and I heard some of that actually tonight when we were discussing public information in general. But the idea here is to create a public involvement plan that can be implemented by existing staff now, but that could also set you up for a future public information officer. And the idea here is to be more transparent, more forthcoming with information, and making sure that residents have a clear understanding about what is being considered by council, how that might affect them in their day-to-day lives, and that there's adequate opportunities for them to share their concerns about what might be coming up. If you go to the next slide, you'll see the other pieces on this is really also having more town halls, more public engagement events, and just more opportunities for people to be able to, again, share not only in English, but also in Spanish, to make sure that we're making things available and culturally relevant for the entire diverse community that makes up Riverbank. Next slide. That would, of course, increase our social media presence. And as I mentioned, also to develop a better process for addressing public comments and concerns that might happen outside of a regular council meeting, but just in the regular course of doing business on a day-to-day basis. The third goal is involved supporting public safety. And that's not just Sheriff's Department and fire, but also looking at things like code enforcement and making sure that we've got adequate enforcement of things like vacant buildings, and making sure that they're well-lit streets, and that we're making sure that our roads are appropriate and safe for travel, not only for our vehicles, but for people that might be either walking beside them or riding bikes in the area. So really prioritizing not only the infrastructure, but of course, the idea of code enforcement to keep the areas safe. If you go to the next slide, you'll also see grant funding for more cameras and potentially installing additional lighting and traffic control measures at key locations, and actually implementing a Parks and Recreation annual maintenance plan. And that's really to make sure that all of the public facilities that the public uses for Parks and Recreation, for games, all that kind of stuff, that those are in fact safe spaces for people to be in, and they're adequately lit and they're adequately maintained for the highest possible public safety. If you go to the next slide, you'll see we're also talking about collaboration with sheriff's department and fire departments proactively working with those that would be engaged in the North County Corridor project when there may be closures or there may be other things that happen as part of that project, just making sure that they're proactively making the public aware of what the impacts to those kinds of projects might be, and making sure that we're planning a good campaign to get that information out early and often. And then finally, developing a volunteer park ambassador program related to be the eyes and ears of the city to make sure that, again, the parks are well maintained, that they are safe, and then identifying any type of a public safety issue that might pop up. Next slide. This one I was actually really excited about. There's a lot of discussion at council about attainable housing, and we hear a lot about affordable housing, but it's really trying to find ways to foster attainable housing. And so a lot of the ideas that came out of that were looking at tax sharing increases for citywide inclusionary housing programs, working with builders and developing relationships in order to either foster and or promote attainable housing, which is more affordable for folks to get into, looking at different types of housing stock, and of course, advancing phase 2 of the transitional housing at Sierra House. In addition to that, next slide, we'll also be talking about nexus fee studies. Now, fee studies are really important because it looks at ways to figure out how you can maximize infill development and making sure that there's opportunities for builders and developers to be able to create opportunities for not only market rate housing, which is what most people pay, but also setting aside some for that more affordable housing stock that could be more accessible to folks. That potentially also requires an update to the general plan. And the general plan is the overall planning document that sets land use opportunities all over the city. And so one of the things that the council talked about is the potential of issuing a request for proposal for a general plan update and a sphere of influence expansion. A sphere of influence basically pushes out the boundaries, the existing boundaries of the city, so that you have the potential to acquire more land for more housing that would be, of course, made available at a more affordable rate. So you can actually find ways to deliver on that housing promise. And then, of course, taking also a look at where we have opportunities to find out there are grants that might be more accessible to residents that can be utilized to either offset down payments, that can be utilized for housing acquisition, but just to see what is out there that could be helpful for the public at large. Next slide, please.
I think it got mad at us again.
Did it get mad?
There we go.
Downtown revitalization and economic development, these kind of go hand in hand, right? We want to make sure that there's an update for an ordinance that will look at vacant buildings and incentivize use. You don't want to have absentee landlords if you can possibly avoid it. So making sure that they're continuing to maintain those buildings and that they're keeping up on the upkeep, cleanliness, all that kind of good stuff. Council also wanted to prioritize advancing the East Riverbank commercial development and looking at ways we can get other types of partnerships for staffing and also for economic development. That might be working with local chambers. It might be working with Operation Stanislaus, other types of things that just bring in more opportunity for economic development into the region. You go to the next slide, please. Oops. Looking at the potential of looking at revitalization loan programs with partner banks and potentially exploring tax agreements based on business size. That's really set up to basically help some of the smaller businesses. Also looking at ways to host additional city festivals and events. You have a downtown farmers market tonight. That's a great example of one that, could bring people into the downtown area. And the other piece that council talked about was looking at a potential for having childcare facilities as an incentivized use in the city and in the downtown area, potentially to bring in more businesses and bring in more opportunities to provide childcare so that you can actually have those businesses whose employees can be thriving and actually providing that care for their kids at the same time. I think we're moving on to infrastructure, which obviously you're talking about quite a bit tonight. The feasibility study for the wastewater treatment plant and water reuse options is still top of mind. Looking at modernization of various recreation facilities to improve access for folks with disabilities, as well as expanding non-motorized transportation and looking for Wi-Fi and charging station infrastructure. It's not citywide yet, but one of the things council wanted to look at is whether or not that was something that, you know, could be invested in the future. Of course, that helps people work from home. It also helps students get better access to educational materials. And so there's a lot of upsides to doing that. Next slide, please. One of the other ideas was to consider fundraising for sports complex expansions, and that's like naming rights, things like that. And also to take a look at an environmental justice plan, which is to make sure that the infrastructure citywide is equitable. So it's not just the newer areas that have, you know, the best roads, the best lighting, that we're also taking a look at the other parts of the community to make sure that they're getting their fair share as well. And then evaluating, of course, the entire infrastructure network to figure out what needs to be rehabilitated or what needs to be retired. Not everything is going to last forever. So really making sure that there's a plan in place to identify those structural needs that need to be either rehabbed or retired. Next slide, please. This is a really exciting one. Not a lot of communities do this, but I thought it was really fun. Prioritizing community education partnerships. This is really working with not only the school districts, but also trade agencies, regional occupation programs, looking at the opportunity to perhaps develop a facility for education and training programs where the city could provide the space and these other agencies could come in and provide the services. And then taking a look about whether or not we can invest in internships and potentially a youth council, which I believe you're going to talk about on your next item tonight. Next slide, please. And the other things that we're looking at is, you know, the potential for opportunities for military education and recruitment, which would be basically having those types of facilities in the city of Riverbank so that if folks wanted to explore careers in the military, they would have an easier access to do that. And then provide community education on health, safety, and other resources to really get in that space where you're not only providing a service to the residents of Riverbank, but you're also helping them connect with other types of services that they might need through educational resources and connections. Next slide, please. Of course, every city has to have this in there at some point, prioritizing financial sustainability. So what we're looking at is opportunities to have either grant opportunities or employees that can either hire a consulting firm or employees to pursue additional grant opportunities. And even though the federal government has had some shifts in the last this administration, we're still seeing grant opportunities out there. They're still out there at the state level as well. And it's important to keep up to date on those and make sure that you're aligning the best possible opportunities with the needs that Riverbank needs to see. Also looking at all contracts and partnerships for cost effectiveness. A number of contracts and relationships have been sort of ongoing in the city for a number of years. And this council wants to take a look and find out, are we really getting the best deal? Is this the best use of funds? Are these the best approaches to meeting our needs? So really taking a look at all of those on an individual basis to identify those areas that there might be cost savings. As part of that would be establishing a budget advisory committee that would have a lot of citizens involved in that as well. So there's sort of additional oversight over and above what the council will be looking at as it deliberates its pieces. Next one, please. You heard also earlier tonight about maintaining the general fund reserve, which is very, very important to continue to do, and also to make sure you're adjusting that, not only for inflation, but I think everyone remembers COVID. You never know what's going to happen. So it's really important to have those types of reserves available just in case. And this one is a really important one, review and update the city fee schedule. Now, there are a number of things the city charges fees for, from planning, building, public works, even when you use recreational facilities. And it's important to make sure that the city is getting a good cost recovery model on those, that everything from developer impact fees to what's paid for planning and building services, that those are being recouped. So one of the ideas here, of course, is to issue a request for proposal and take a look at the fee schedules and find out if you need to be updating those. Fees should be examined every 3 to 4 years to make sure that they're keeping track of the actual costs of delivering those services. Next slide. That is your 8 goals. You'll notice there's some things that were not in this plan that were in the previous one. And I think that really reflects that the council has made some different priorities and other shifts. So with that, I'm available to answer any questions that you might have or any adjustments that you'd like to make to the plan. I believe the entire document was attached in part of your council packages. And if this is if these are the ones that you want to continue to go with, then we will put together a more designer package of those, along with a narrative that kind of talks about the process of putting this all together.
Thank you. Are there any council comments or questions at this time? I think, I mean, I keep thinking through this as even our conversations today, it's so reflective of our priorities. Like evaluating contracts and something that we included in our major fund budget direction. So it was very validating. I absolutely love the addition of the partnerships goal. And one of the things that stood out to me is the trades training program. I added in the strategic plan when we were having the discussion under economic development to explore local hire and joint labor management agreements. I think this would complement so well if we're training people in trades that we reflect that in our priorities as we hire to develop out and build out our retail and commercial. So I would love to still include that in our strategic plan under economic development. I know if you can speak to a city manager about anything that was missing potentially from.
Actually, the city clerk has a few
Thank you.
items. Yes.
Yes. Can you hear me, Kendall?
Yes.
Okay.
just
So we
gonna
did
take
go
a-
back and know, I will let you know that we did not receive any public comment. The draft strategic plan was available to the public since last week on Tuesday. We put it out on our website and our social media pages that it was available for review and public comment. We did not receive any. I did note, Kendall, on some of the notes that I took during the planning session, and that's up to council. It was notes that were taken from you that I noted were missing. So one of them was Councilmember Uribe suggested adding city staff to the mission statement to show that we're working together to helping bring the brightest employees to the city. That was not included, Kendall, in the mission vision. I think it's in my notes that it's under vision mission.
Can we go back to that to look at it where it would have been put in there?
It's in the slide. So again, these are notes that I took while we were doing the session, and it's up to you if you.
So just as a side on that, the mission statement is a little different than the vision statement. So in the mission, the high quality professional services, I think that relates in our notes, that's related back to the staff. If you go to vision though, and if it's the council's desire to we incorporate something in there that relates to, attract the highest high level staff or attract, a stat, if we want to put something in there, that's probably the better place to put it.
Yes, I think it was meant to be there, Kendall. So again, it was just suggested that city staff would be included in the vision statement to show that we're working to bringing the brightest employees to the city.
I think I'd love to see maybe a draft of it and be able to see the two at our next, is the next step finalizing?
So we would be looking to actually finalize tonight, and then we would just publish the final document when it's prepared. So that certainly can be incorporated in a way. If you would like it to come back, then we can do that. City staff would probably be able to do that at that point in time. But certainly the goal was to be able to get approval today.
It was your, right?
I support that though, if we can get that.
Because I'm not sure where it would fit in and how it would be set. Because when you read the statement, it just kind of, where would we put it? I mean, I agree, it needs to be in there, but it's where?
So I think what we're saying is we can amend to include it and have staff work on the wording for it, but it's still finalized. We can move that forward, correct? Yeah, okay. So I'm for that.
What was the next?
Oh, sorry. And then Mayor, you had mentioned on your core values, you wanted to include sustainability and expand on the definition of that, but say sustainability is not a part of the core values.
I feel like it was a lifetime ago. I don't even know what do you recall, Kendall?
We did them on, you may recall, we put them up on the screen and then we actually typed them in where you guys were making the changes. But it's not a problem. If you want to add that in, that gives us an even, an even number. Right now we've got an odd number. So it's totally fine. I did want to mention the one thing, and I'll defer to the attorney on this one. You can, in the economic development piece, encourage local hires, but I would caution the council into setting anything that says you're going to prefer local hires for anything, because that can get you into some interesting HR waters.
Yeah, we're not trying to go there.
Yes, so that was
To go back to sustainability, was that, I mean, I think that'd be a great bet. Okay.
Wording. Yep.
Okay, we can add that, no problem.
we did get accountability.
For back to the second item she was mentioning. Yeah,
Oh.
I like that. So encourage local hire. Okay.
And I think those were the only two that I had.
I don't know if you, sorry, I'm just kind of talking to myself a little bit, Kendall, but we're talking about adding encourage.
We can do that. Yeah, that's perfect. I can make that adjustment.
Those were all the comments or notes I had, Kendall, that were missed.
Okay, so for everyone that's here, this is and if you take a look at the back there, it's kind of the rough draft of our 5-year plan for the city. Kendall did a great job of explaining what our goals are and the strategies to get to those goals. If there's any public comment at this time, anyone in person?
First of all, Gary Pearson, City of Riverbank resident. Unfortunately, I was out of country the 2 weeks that you had the strategic plan going. So I just want to highlight a couple things, and I will send the rest of my comments to our city clerk to be included. But one thing I want to really highlight is under internships. I strongly support this effort, and these internships can be funded through sources like CTIG. If you don't know what CTIG is, Career Technical Education Incentive Grants. There's also K-12 Strong Workforce Grants, and these can be fully utilized through the school district. And I've worked closely with a consultant on numerous internship projects. And the highlight for me was working with a team of about 300 students who did a summer internship project. The outcomes of those were substantial. You saw vast improvement. So I'd encourage the city at some point to really consider that. I don't want to go on. I looked at core values, and one thing too I would highlight is communication and coordination. We talk about it, we've been doing it, let's just highlight it. I would also add language in the vision statement, says that last sentence is collaborating with local, regional, state, and national partners, because that's how we connect, that's how we grow. I'll send the rest of my comments in. Okay, have a good evening.
Thank you. It just real quick, that does remind me, I did mentioned adding youth council for continuity in the strategic plan, if we could just add that in there.
Mayor, it is on,
Oh,
it was
okay.
on there.
Perfect.
It's in there.
Thank you.
Juan Thais, can you go to the slide where it talks about the Ambassador Parks program? I think, I mentioned at the strategic planning that I'd love to see like Riverbank have a park ranger program, something similar to that. And I'd want to see like not only just enforcement of parks and the safety there, but also interpretation programs. I think that, Jacob Myers and all of the different parks that you guys have here, and maybe it's like developing a partnership with California State Parks or maybe the county to kind of oversee some of that stuff or partner with the city, just in regards to like getting folks and families and youth out and kind of enjoy bird watching or, going on a stroll and hike, whatever that may be. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Anything?
We have 3 on Zoom, Mayor. Ms. Carrazza, can you please unmute?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
Hi, I just wanted to mention that I wasn't able to attend the strategic planning session, and that I know that the last public session that was held like on April 28th, and just like the first gentleman who had spoke said that he was out of the country for 2 weeks, but the opportunity for public discussion I think could be extended, just since this is such a big deal as far as, what it's going to shape, the Riverbank's future, for years, for the, at least till 2030, until the next, strategic planning is going to be held again. But I did send all of you an email individually in discussing of exploring the idea of considering a blue zone project initiative that supports healthy lifestyles, and that where this would have like walkability, the social connection, these goals would align closely, I think, with Riverbank's like health and, livability priorities. I know that there is another county nearby that is actually doing this project, and something just to consider with the future. And then also I know that you already touched on the youth groups, but I know that with the school system in Riverbank, and then with the build of the new school that's going to be in the Crossroads West, that, we should, have that partnership in improving, the school's student outcomes and the school performance, and where I think that the programs and everything with that would really align well for the workforce ideas that you've listed for the strategic plan. So those were just my comments, and that maybe even to consider, I know that you want to approve this tonight, but having the opportunity to maybe hold and host maybe one more session. I don't know if that's possible, but just some feedback. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Eggers, can you please unmute?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I did attend the strategic planning opportunity, and I appreciate the council's ability to extend that to the public. I have one comment on item 4, which is fostering attainable housing. One of the items I noted there was issuing an RFP for the general plan update, which I was glad to see because that's completely appropriate. Your general plan is out of date and needs to be updated. But I have a concern about the inclusion of also including a sphere of influence expansion. I think it's premature to assume that, and that should be deleted. And if that is something that is determined to be appropriate, that should come out of the general plan update process. So my recommendation would be to delete that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eggers. Number ending in 3108, can you unmute? Phone number ending
Hello?
in 31. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. I have just some short questions here. One of the things you listed on there was establishing a budget committee. We've had a budget committee for a long time, but nobody, the council has not bothered to put anybody on it, so it's just inactive. Since I'm a resident of downtown, I'm looking at this downtown revitalization economic development stuff. Where it refers to East Riverbank Commercial Development and Industrial Parks. Can somebody please clarify me where is East Riverbank? Because downtown is downtown. So I'm not sure what East Riverbank is. The other thing is when you talk about revitalizing downtown and updating the vacant buildings, all this kind of stuff, you need to remember that downtown has a specific plan, and within that specific plan, they created a downtown historical district. It also has mitigation and monitoring items attached to that too at the back of it. The historical district started with the general plan before the specific plan. And they both have, the general plan has a list, the specific plan has a list, and it was in the process of being updated. And you need to look at all this stuff before you just go do all this without actually knowing what the buildings are and how they're protected and what you can and can't do. But that's what's been happening. They've just been ignoring it and doing whatever the general plan or something else says, and not that. You have to go by the specific plan and all these other items too. And I think it would be a good idea to talk to some of the residents downtown that have been here a long time, especially to get an idea of what you're going to do when you revitalize and stuff. I know it's not something you want to do because you probably have other ideas, but this isn't all about investment downtown. This is about roots. And a lot of us have had roots for generations. And I wish you would take that into consideration also. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Akers. Mayor, that is all on Zoom.
I will bring it back to council. So, are there any other council comments or questions? And maybe to add to, because we do have a Riverbank Little Explorers program right now. Going back to the Parks Ambassador, and maybe adding something on there about expanding park programs to all parks, something to that effect. I think would be great if the council's open to that. And another comment that was brought up, the budget committee, I think it just reaffirms our commitment to establishing and continuing and making active the budget committee. Was there anything else from council at this time?
So for the park ranger program, I don't think he was talking about like the Little Explorers. I just think he was talking more about like how the sheriff's department has the Explorers program and the city of Modesto has their volunteer park ranger program. So more or less oversight of the parks, correct? Yeah, okay. So a little bit of both.
Okay.
I would be comfortable adding something like that because I do think the Explorer program that the Sheriff's Department offers is a good program. So I would be interested in kind of seeing that as far as the partnership program.
Great. If there's no other comments, I'll bring it back for consideration. We did a lot. I think there was an amendment to clarify on the staff bringing back the mission vision with some adjustments and adding some of the considerations that we talked about that we were missing from before. Okay. Motion?
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve 11.3, adding the sustainability value and encouraging local hires in the vision statement, along with the collaborative efforts with parks and recreation, park programming, and then explorers or little park rangers additions.
And I'll second it.
Roll call.
Sorry.
I just want to clarify that it's not local hires for the vision statement.
I think he said we can do it, encourage.
Not for the vision
No,
statement.
not
though,
for
those
the-
were
No, for the
separate.
vision, it was to hire
As-
the brightest.
as one of the strategies.
But encouraging.
Yes,
We
as-
need to use the verbiage.
That would be one of,
Oops, sorry.
that would be one of the strategies. It wouldn't necessarily go into our vision
Got it.
statement.
Okay.
The vision was to include city staff. Just to clarify.
That's what I heard, but yes, that.
Same motion.
You second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Uribe?
Yes.
Councilmember Pimentel?
Yes.
Councilmember Call?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fosse?
Yes.
Mayor Hernandez?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Right. Item 11.4, thank you, Kendall. Item 11.4, workshop proposal for establishing a youth council.
Mayor and council, we saved the best for last. Just kidding. For tonight, for your consideration, we have a workshop on a proposal for a youth council program. As mentioned in our strategic plan, this was part of our previous strategic plan, but it still came over to this new one, and this isn't working. Here we go. Thank you. Some of the background to how this came across. One of the strategic plan goals is to improve internal and external communication. This proposal aligns with that goal. Our city manager, myself, and our mayor met to discuss the creation of a formal avenue for youth involvement and provide a formal platform for youth voices in Riverbank.
And for clarification, we have had previous involvement by Councilmember Uribe on this conversation as well.
Thank you. This program proposal is intended to promote civic engagement among local youth and help foster leadership skills while giving young residents an opportunity to contribute to the city's future. Who's changing it for me? Are you? Okay. And so I'd like to propose that as I go along with each of the slides, if you have any feedback or any suggestions, that we do that with each slide so that we're not going back and forth with slides. Again, this is just an outline. Nothing is set in stone. It's just a proposal and some options that staff came up with. So if you have a change or a recommendation that we can change, please do so. So the program overview is to start the program in September of this year and end it in May of 2026. This would be the first cohort. The following years after this would be from June to May. This year, we would just start in September just because of having to come to council approval. To get approval, we would have to create, the flyers, application. School already left for summer session. They don't go back to session until August. This timeline would allow for us to start recruitment as soon as they go back to school in August. Give them a couple, 2 to 3 weeks to recruit, submit applications, start interviewing, and then begin their term. Sorry. Meetings would be suggested to be once per month. The eligibility would be anyone that's grades 9 through 12, that is, they must reside or attend in a school in Riverbank. The terms would be a 1 to 2 year volunteer term. We can discuss that. Membership would be 6 to 8 students selected through the application process, preferably 2 representatives from each high school. In the case where only 1 application is received for 1 high school, the other seat would become a member at large. And the participating high schools would be Riverbank High, Enox, Bayer, and Adelante. Yes.
On the 1 to 2 year term, if we have somebody that starts as a freshman, wouldn't we want them to complete all 4 years? If they wanted to?
To complete 4 years?
Because you said 1 to 2 year volunteer term.
Mhm.
I would like to change it to 1 to 4.
So
Because
if
if
they're
you
a
have somebody
freshman-
come in starting as a freshman, maybe they want to continue all through high school.
So when we create the eligibility, when we thought about the 1 to 2 year term, that's also dependent on what structure we choose for the council. Also, if you have, let's say, senior or junior that wants to join, a senior would only have 1 year probably because they would be out of school, and then a junior might have 2 years. We also want to make sure that if you have like the Parks and Rec Committee, you have alternating terms so that not everyone leaves at once. So if you do 2 years.
So is that 1 to 2 year term for us up here, or is that for the students themselves?
No, that's for the students.
Okay, she's saying that if a freshman comes in, we want to be able to have them here all 4 years if they elect to apply all 4 years. So we want to be able to give the 1 to 4 year timeline depending.
Yeah.
It's a year term,
Okay.
obviously.
Yeah,
but
single year term, but they have to be re-voted on
Right.
to come back.
They still have to go through the process, and it doesn't give them
Exactly.
priority to
But they
it.
could do
So then it wouldn't be a 4 year term. We would give them the opportunity to
No,
do.
that would be a one-term.
1 year
one-year
term with
each,
the ability
and
to
then
be
they
able
would
to
reapply
reapply each year.
Yeah.
One of the reasons for that is based on things that I've seen us do at the high schools, we don't get a lot of participation. So having it spread out to 4 years would make sure that we have people on it.
Yeah. And we also want to be considerate that maybe not, they all don't want to commit to 4 years.
No, I'm
Yeah.
saying when you're, sorry, somebody that starts as a freshman and sees the benefit of what we're doing and how it enhances their understanding of government may want to stay on it to have that on their resume. I mean, we're cool, so who wouldn't want it on there?
I think if I'm reading it correctly, I think there is no term limit. So I think that is an option there. So if they want a freshman do a 2 and still continue, they can still do a 1 or 2. So I think it's in there. So I wouldn't want to put any term limits just because of that. No, I think it's okay though. As long as we don't put like term limits, I think.
Yeah, I would
it's
say we would just keep it at a 1 year volunteer term and we can reapply, annually.
You would like to be considered again, kind of like what we do with our other boards.
Every year they have to.
Yes. Yes. Yes, we would reevaluate.
I think for the school listing, we do have homeschool, private school, charter school students within Riverbank. So I wouldn't want them to feel excluded or deterred from applying just because they see a list of 4 schools. So we kind of need to reverbalize that a little bit.
Yes, and like I said, this is an outline, and I did see that later on after I put my presentation together, that we could, as long as they reside in Riverbank and they're homeschooled, private schooled or chartered, that would make them qualified to apply. No, it worked. The selection process would constitute applications being reviewed and ranked by staff. There would be an interview panel that may include a council liaison that we would choose, city clerk, city manager, and then future alumni after the first cohort. And then we would come to city council to confirm the final selections. The year 1 mission would be for the first cohort to establish the charter and bylaws for future youth councils. So that would be their primary goal for the first year. They would shadow and receive mentorship from city council and city departments. They would contribute to city initiatives and discussions. And then they would come back to council at the end of their term on May 2026 to present what they've learned and the outcomes. Future participation, an annual application process for new and returning members would happen. Future youth councils would operate using the charter and bylaws created by the first cohort. City and school district collaboration. City staff will work with Riverbank Unified and Modesto City School Districts. We will provide flyers, applications, host outreach meetings. They want us to come to, a rally or to the first, back to school night, open house, something like that. We would come back to try to get students to apply for the youth council or answer any questions that they may have. Council structure options. So this would be for council to consider if they would like a formal advisory body, which would be subject to the Brown Act, like yourselves. If this is the chosen option, staff would have to come back to, with a resolution to formalize this. If you choose an informal ad hoc committee, they are not subject to the Brown Act. This is volunteer work. They would meet on a need to meet basis. They would not need to set a time. It would be volunteer, like I said. There is no need for a stipend, but you could also choose to do a stipend if you choose, if that's your choosing. So that would be up to council.
Can we go back one slide? Sorry. So for this, like Stacy mentioned, I think it is important for the ones that are homeschooled that we list it there, maybe on the next section there. So when the students are seeing whatever information we're kind of putting out there that they feel included, whether it's homeschool collaboration on the next slide or even before this one. So as they're looking at this, they don't see just the schools. They're like, oh darn, I don't go to either one of these. Maybe they just pass on to it, right? So I know it states clearly, reside here. But if you're looking through all of this and you miss that one section and you get to this and then you don't see anything about homeschool, I think just like Stacy said, just going that extra step and just making it a point, right? So
that would be something that we would work into our flyers, our application,
right,
the presentation.
So I'm taking this
Yes.
presentation as what people are going to see. So that's why I wanted to bring it back and then just kind of add it.
They
into
most
that.
likely won't see this because you are providing us with recommendations and feedback. I know they would probably revisit this as part of reviewing what happened during the council meeting, but because you are providing us with feedback, that's what we would build into the final material that's going out to the students.
And then if we jump forward to the options of whether we want to do so ad hoc or kind of what we do here, I'm going to lean towards ad hoc only because of staffing shortages. And plus, we just threw that entire board at you guys. And so that's where I'm leaning.
Yeah. And
I agree, ad hoc.
and we'll come back to whatever you choose to do with it at the end. Another consideration would be.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The last slide, where you say no stipend. I believe that as they're doing their bylaws and such, maybe they decide if there should be a stipend. Okay, based on what they feel like they're gonna be. Decide whether they want a stipend or is there something else that they want, maybe a certificate or what. But I'm just saying, they're gonna put their bylaws together and they're gonna decide how much time and a commitment and everything. So maybe we let them advise us how they feel about that.
Okay, thank you. Budget considerations, staff recommends that, and we approve a budget to support stipends for monthly meetings, if they get an amount per meeting, if it's a formal committee or if it's an ad hoc. Some meals, travel, outreach activities like school, community events that they would do themselves. Maybe participating in the Cheese and Wine Expo with a booth to recruit other members. Apparel, gear, shirts, polos, nameplates like yourselves, name tags, sorts of things like that, that we do consider appropriate in a budget for the youth council.
And what do you think is a good amount?
Well, I had a number in mind, but I will let you decide.
No, I would like to know what you think.
Share your number, but so for like travel, there are youth conferences, right? And so we all take, we all partake in those kind of things. So I would love to see them go off and kind of do those things and coming back and kind of sharing that stuff. So what's the kind of the budget that you're kind of thinking here?
My budget didn't include conferences.
Okay, so much lower.
It was 3,000.
Okay.
So I would say 5,000, which would include being able to send them to conferences as approved.
Well, I would say that this is one of those items that you do want them to kind of consider themselves as a task. Being a youth council and not being engaged in what budgeting looks like, that they could amongst themselves discuss what their priorities are and what they want to be able to fund. So I think that would be like a great task for them to do as part of setting their bylaws. And then just come back to council. Just remember, you know, they're going to set their bylaws. We probably will bring those back so that council can formally adopt them. But at any time, I have the ability to approve up to $25,000 in budget. Now, it probably won't be 25,000, but if it's generally reasonable, you know, that's something that can be easily approved at any time. So, yeah, I think that would be like a great opportunity for them to learn about budgeting and how the city's process works.
They could probably get a presentation from finance and then look at their budget. Yeah. Thank you. And then the next steps would be for council to decide whether they want for it to be an advisory body or an ad hoc committee, approve or amend the proposed framework, and then set aside an annual youth council program budget, and authorize staff to begin the outreach and launch recruitment application process.
Thank you very much. Council comments or questions?
I have one, and you're gonna hate me because it's at like 7 slides back, but I think for part of the board, we should add a community member, just because there are educators or other individuals who have an interest in what we do, who don't have the time commitment for this, but maybe can be a part of that process. So I would like to see, next slide, I think it was.
For the membership? Oh, for the panel?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I thought you wanted to.
Yeah,
be
one
a
of the
member.
panel, I think, maybe even before we can fill the future alumni to do a community member, or just if it works out, then continue doing a selection of a community member like we do some of the other committees.
Just a suggestion, Cal Campbell is on the historical board and he's been working with us and trying to get us into the schools. And I mentioned this program to him and I think he might be interested in being that person. He's retired, so he doesn't have, you know, a time commitments as much as others at work. And he has the education background because he was a teacher. So that's somebody, if we're interested in doing that, that I think should be considered.
So including a community member on the panel.
Yeah, I think so, but that's, I mean,
Okay.
they would have to go through like an application process or whatnot, just in case there is several people interested, but I think it would be a good addition.
Okay.
Yeah, we certainly have members of the public that are interested. You've received a couple of emails, and including, you know, Juan from VIP Project that would probably also be interested. So I think that would be a great suggestion.
I think I'd support ad hoc as well. And maybe during the public comment, if you could speak to the state certification for the students that you've mentioned, Juan. I think that'd be a great idea to kind of formalize like what we're doing here so they can add to their resumes at the end of the cohort or the term, whatever terms they serve. Any other council comments or questions?
I think we've gotten the feedback we need from you, but of course, the public might
So
have
we'll
some
open
more
up to the public.
suggestions.
And go ahead. You can come up here. Just say your name when you come up.
Hi, my name is Yarli Reyes, and I am an upcoming senior at Riverbank High School. First of all, I really like the idea of the program, and second of all, I had a question. You guys mentioned about presentations that the people that join the council would do. Sorry. What specifically would be taught, and what specifically would the council do with their presentations? And also another question, sorry. You guys also mentioned that a bit of the application process, but since there's a limited amount of spots, what specifically would you guys look for in the people that apply? That's it.
Thank you very much. To answer your first question, so city clerk outlined what the first cohort would do, and that's really setting if we could go back to that slide.
So for presentations, the only presentation that I mentioned would be that The first cohort would come back to council at the end of their term in May of 2026 and present to council what they learned from, shadowing, mentoring council, the departments, creating the bylaws. It would just be a presentation from the whole youth council to come back and share with council and the community of what they learned in the first year. So it wouldn't be several presentations. You would actually, we kind of talked about city departments coming to present to the youth council. So you guys, youth council would only present once to city council. I don't know if that answers your question.
And then your second question is what the application process, I think you have a draft application. Do you wanna
Yes, so
speak to
the
that, Melanie?
application draft was part of the agenda. I'm not sure if everybody was able to review it. I do have a few printed out, but it was just a draft. And if council is okay with that application, then that's the application we would use. There's a couple of questions that are included in there. I have one here.
Yeah, so there's items requested, like, of course, your basic info, but letters of recommendation that are coming from, a teacher. And then we also have questions related to, what issues do you feel are important in the community? What extracurricular activities do you participate in? Just to make sure you're going to be able to have the time to commit to being on the youth council. Why would you like to serve? And so those are all going to factor into, who we select.
We do have an element for a school teacher recommendation or a counselor, a coach, somebody that recommends you to be on the youth council. So that would be kind of like a letter of recommendation. That's a component of the application. And then like mentioned, we would review the application and then conduct interviews. Once the selection of the interviews happens, then we would come to council to confirm who would be on the council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Please. Oh, yep.
Mayor Hernandez, Vice Mayor, council members, I'm Olivia Rambula. I live here in Riverbank, and I think it's a great program. I think maybe the stipend area, maybe they can get some kind of scholarship from being on this, is my kind of guess. I mean, I know they're going to do their own planning, but maybe there's a scholarship opportunity. And then also, only 8 people. Is there any way to do any more? I feel like a lot of kids are gonna get left out who really love this. So that's just, I know council so many people and I get it, but I would hate for not everybody, everybody may not get a chance, but like you might have a lot of good kids that come up here and I just would hate for them to get left out. So as many as you guys can include, like 50, I don't know. But anyways, I just didn't want to have anybody left out because I know it's a great thing.
Nate, I mean, are you volunteering for each meeting?
I have so much room for more volunteering in my life. Ask my husband. But no, I'll help. I'll help if you want me to help. I have no problem with that. I just don't want any of them to get left out. You guys have to teach me what I'm doing.
Thank you, Olivia. Any other public comment?
Okay. Juan, resident of Modesto, but I do work with Valley Improvement Projects who we just finished off our second pilot program of Youth Inspire Academy. We had 9 students take part in from Riverbank. Yareli was one of them. Shout out to her for giving public comment, which was something part of our curriculum that we talked about. But in regards to, as kind of the timeline that we worked with was kind of similar in concept, but because our MOU with the city, with the school district kind of got pushed back, in 3 months, we had to do an interview process. We had to pick our applicants, and we went through curriculum, a capstone project, all in 3 months. And so, with this, you guys are going to go from, the entire school district or the entire school year. And so what I see, I really like. I love the idea of having the conferences component. Some of the extracurriculars we did was we took Yareli and her sister, Jeanette, to the state capitol to do advocacy. While we didn't get to meet with any of our representatives, we were there. We got to see Dolores Huerta and all kinds of other things. And so I sent an email earlier today about a youth listening session that we held at Riverbank High. And it kind of looked at, what are the challenges that students have? And so I would recommend like having more listening sessions with students. And I know high schools are out right now, but I mean, I really would want to see that students work on some of the challenges that students have in Riverbank, as well as the bylaws and all of the things that are built in. I definitely do want to see students paid and fed. And so with that, I will give comments. Do I have 3 minutes or what does that look like for workshop? Okay. So for the, yeah? Okay, 5? Okay, so for the rest of my time, I'll just share out some ideas that one of our other youth had. And he really had similar ideas in regards to like a shadow council that could follow around, the city council, learn from staff. A big thing was paid, finding money for food, developing a budget, volunteer newsletter, those types of things involving students, holding students accountable when they commit to something. So like having these structures in place. Let's see. And I think that's about it in regards to all of those things. But lastly, the seal of civic engagement was something that Mayor Rachel wanted me to mention. And this is a seal given to students by California State Education that kind of highlights, their work in regards to civic engagement. And so it kind of ties, it would kind of like put a ribbon on this program that you guys would, so the students would have to take some classes at their school, but in addition to that civic engagement portion. So yeah, I would love to like help you guys out in any way that I can, as like our programs would be kind of similar. So yeah, and any engagement I can, help on with students, I'd love to take part.
Thank you. And we had one more public comment.
Mayor, council members, my name is Janet Reyes. My little sister Yareli Reyes is one that presented. I've encouraged her from the moment that I've been able to be civically engaged, as well as participate in any sort of program that will help her advance her career. Thank you for considering the establishment of a youth council in Riverbank. This is a fantastic opportunity to involve our youth in local government and decision-making. I do want to highlight, however, that youth for this council to truly succeed, engaging and retaining youth participation must be a top priority. I was once a youth, and participating in any sort of extracurricular activities, jobs, and school and other demands can be very swaying. Interest in the youth council must stay at a certain level so that youth do not feel as though they're being not undervalued and see their impact of their work in the community. I personally have had training on how to give workshops to youth on what it is to advocate and be an advocate. And also currently am part of an initiative to focus on increasing Latino civic engagement and leadership. So I would love to volunteer my time to help develop and guide the youth council, ensuring it offers meaningful opportunities to support our young leaders. I also encourage to include clear strategies for ongoing engagement and incentives. You guys have mentioned, at least in the presentation portion, that there is to perhaps be a stipend or a scholarship of some sort. Knowing how youth think for the most part, it's very hard to stay engaged in something where you get kind of little to no sort of return for what you're doing. And I know a lot of youth look for having their work valued, but also be rewarded. So I encourage that we look for a possibility for a scholarship stipend outside of any of the other work or duties that they may have to do, just so that they feel as engaged as possible in this program. But with that, I do just want to say that part of the initiative and the program that I'm in, one of the things that I was looking to offer my city was providing you guys with a program of a youth city or a youth council. So once again, if there's any way I can help guide or be part of the panel for selection or any part of the process, please let me know. And I'd be more than happy and willing to participate. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Anything online?
There's no one on Zoom here.
Okay. I will bring it back to council for more comments or direction. Anybody?
I'll make a motion that we
Wait.
approve.
Sorry, there's no motion, right? Just direction.
No motion?
Could we explore the internally the seal of civic engagement, what that would mean for this process? Let me see here. And I think it's going to happen, but I do appreciate the actual like conversation that would happen behind it, but maybe considering like adding the stipend as part of the incentives to be a part of this.
So what I would recommend is let's come back because in the meantime, we will work on preparing flyers, preparing the applications so that we can get the social media and the promotional part of it out of the way, come back to council and have that conversation, number one, about what council wants to see with regards to the selection committee, I would say, for that, and whether it's selecting an individual from council and going ahead and appointing them at that point in time, and then considering appointment of a community member, and then have that budget conversation. So.
Yeah, thank you. All right, anything else?
I did want to address one of the comments that was made by Olivia about having more members on the board. There are quite a few cities that do have 15 to 17 to 20 something participants or members on their boards. However, they are at, like we are doing ad hoc committees. They don't meet in this setting. They wouldn't meet in this kind of setting. Like they wouldn't have a secretary or those sort of positions. So they would just all be equal members. They would just be the youth council, and then they wouldn't kind of have this kind of setting, I guess, or representation for each school.
Yeah, I think I hear you, but it was definitely important for us to have them kind of sit up here and be a part of the process and kind of participate in this kind of thing. I hear that there's concerns that we may not get any participation too. So, but I think
In the past, I mean, when you look at the budget committee, I remember one of the ways that I got involved is the first thing I did was join the budget committee. And when I got the call from Maricela that I had gotten selected, I was so excited until she said, well, you were the only applicant at the time. So there, I have a concern that, we're talking about expanding. Let's make sure we can get 8, because sometimes they don't hear about it, unfortunately. And so, if we do the media blitz and we get more than 8, yay.
And I think what's also important, and to take into consideration some of the public comment that we got, is it's important for us to realize we as adults may not necessarily know what's going to specifically engage that target audience. And so relying on that first cohort will be important to make sure that we're building in mechanisms to keep them engaged throughout. At some point in time, listening about public works may not be the most interesting of conversations, but what can we do to make it an interesting conversation for students at that age? Those would be the important conversations we would want to have with them.
Thank you. Thank you, Gabby. All right, staff reports, comments?
I'll keep it brief. So Parks and Rec will be hosting its first movie in the pool. So we've had movies in the parks. This time it's movie in the pool on June 21st at the community pool. We'll be showing Moana 2. The pool will open at 7 p.m. and the movie will begin at dusk. Admission is $3 and concessions will be sold. So bring your family and your favorite flotation device and enjoy the show. So the Juneteenth celebration by Soli Entertainment will be on Thursday, June 19th from 11 to 5 at the community center. There will be food, games, entertainment, and more. A friendly reminder that all city offices will be closed on June 19th for the holiday and on June 20th due to our 980 schedule. And then once again, we will be holding a joint planning commission and city council workshop regarding the Riverwalk project on July 9th at 6 p.m. in the community center. That will be an informational workshop. There will be no decisions made at that point in time. And that is all from staff.
Thank you, Councilmember Uribe.
I am also going to keep it short. So the chamber wanted me to remind everybody there's a bike rodeo. It's going to be hosted by the Sheriff's Office, CVCR, City of Riverbank. It's going to be right out here in the plaza tomorrow, 5:30 to 8 o'clock. They're going to be doing food craft, health, safety information, and bike raffles, a bunch of other stuff. I'm going to be doing a meet and greet. I'm going to be, I was asked by the Tuesday night market here if I could set up a little table, do a little meet and greet. I'm going to be sharing our donation drive. If residents got questions about anything, just want to meet me, please feel free to come out. Originally I was scheduled from 6:30 to 7:30. I'm going to extend that a little bit. I'm going to set up as soon as it opens and then try to stay as long as I can. So you shouldn't miss me. But bring donations for Sierra House. I'll have the little donation box out there. So reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I don't have much, so I'll keep it short too. The Riverbank Historical Society will not be having a meeting in July. And the Riverbank Federated Women's Group has completed their meetings until September.
Thank you, Councilmember Pimentel.
Mine is also short. Yeah. I enjoyed the Tuesday market. It's nice to see all the vendors out there and the public coming out and supporting one another. On 6/6, Sister City had a team building barbecue pool party at Cal Campbell's house. I want to thank Cal for opening his home. I think we have a couple new recruits and it was a good turnout. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Call.
So on May 31st, I wrapped up the life jacket drive in partnership with Parks and Rec. Corinne and I were able to get 129 life jackets that are going to stay within Riverbank, specifically Jacob Myers Park. Just a few of the bigger donors, Studio B, Ametis, Broman Developers, Not in Our Backyard, and Jane Media Services. I met with Kelly Velasco at Little Explorers to hear more about her upcoming enrichment program. So visit the Parks and Rec website to see more information about those. And then her and I also discussed a partnership to bring programming for teenagers. So stay tuned on that. I have the bike rodeo as well for tomorrow, 5:30 to 8 p.m. right here in Del Rio Plaza. So make sure you donate your bikes. Bring them early to the police station so that they can register them first. And then the Sierra Drive for men's and women's undergarments, socks, bleach specifically, hand soap, laundry detergent. Those are some big things that they need, especially with the day use facility. And then I have open office hours June 19th. So I'm changing the date and the time and location. Usually it's here in Chambers, but they're closed. So I'm going to get creative. Stanislaus Latino Chamber has a mixer June 19th as well, 5:30 to 7:30. It's a multi-chamber mixer at Contentment Brewing. And then I would like to visit strategies on revising our utility youth assistance program and getting creative on some additional ways to provide assistance to more members of our community aside from seniors and disabled.
You. Just gonna mention that it seems like a lifetime ago, all the proclamations we had and how proud I am for our city to be supportive of diverse groups and just reaffirming that we're here to protect and to support families and especially in light of everything that's been going on recently, just wanted to reaffirm that. And that is it for today. So we are going to close session. Item 13.1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. Did we say this has to be read through? Yes. Significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9. Number of potential cases 1. 13.2, conference with legal counsel existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9. Name of the case, Miller Arms Company, Inc. versus City of Riverbank et al. Stanislaus County Superior Court Case Number CV 23002593. 13.3, conference with legal counsel existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9. Name of case, Advanced Materials and Manufacturing Technologies LLC versus City of Riverbank et al. Stanislaus County Superior Court Case Number CV 23004578. We're going to close session. All right, we are back from closed session. Item 14.1. Direction has been provided to staff. Item 14.2, direction has been provided to staff. I'm okay not reading. Item 14.3, direction has been provided to staff. The next regular city council meeting will be on Tuesday, June 24th. We have no, we don't have a break, not yet. Okay, this meeting is adjourned.